Integrity.
So, with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission, next up, the raise burn, a 19-second thrusters.
GPS 2.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity.
Yo, what's up, buddy? I just started my stream.
To put it in the right angle, if you will. The
I can't do it right now. They're just about to start reentry. Like, literally, like, yeah, they're just, it's happening, like, right now.
Just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away.
Sorry, buddy. All right, take care. I'll see you soon.
A visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation.
Okay.
Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
Okay. Y'all should be able to hear me now.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side.
Moonshine is legal. Hey, look at that.
Worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn.
There's a rum runner. Oh, that's cool. Bloodline vindicated.
And the crew module raise burn is underway. A 19-second firing of the thrusters. And we have a completion of the burn.
Cool. Raise burn completed.
Integrity. Good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
We copy.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes, 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
One second.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid-fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window, too. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle.
Okay, sorry about that.
Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics. Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good baros. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
Go 22 minutes from splashdown. Yep, we're almost there.
You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds. Winds at 10 knots. Wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Integrity back in EI attitude.
We see the same on board, Jackie.
Mika.
Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Go. Go.
Houston copies.
Come on.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS.
Girl. Thanks for the follow, Kit. Artemis Reentry. Right in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
I would highly recommend tuning in.
Integrity, no action required.
So we'll be doing that for about the next 20, 30, 40 minutes or so, depending on what happens like after the immediate re-entry.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface. We will hit the first traces
6
of Earth's
minutes
atmosphere
from
at an
entry
altitude
interface.
of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles. Once again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects. And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last about 6 minutes in duration. We're 4 minutes away from entry interface.
Thanks for the follow, employees.
This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface.
What a view.
16.5 minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Miles, hell yeah.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Entry interface, less than a minute.
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
Oh, coming up on one.
1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Go. I'm gonna get that blackout.
Till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
Ooh.
Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Here we go. Starting to heat up. Means we're going to lose signal soon. There it is. Signal blackout.
We've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
6 minutes. Just gotta sit tight.
We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory. And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. Until the end of the blackout period. Time to splash down 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
Ooh, cool. Wow. Not for me, apparently.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on Integrity.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield. Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team.
Oh, why do you guys get it and I don't get it? Well, that's bullshit.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's why do you guys get it and I don't get it.
Still do not have communications from the crew.
Yeah.
We're standing by for communications from the crew We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now. We are now processing data from integrity.
Nice.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
Getting some data, at least. Oh, now I'm getting the thing.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you live.
Woo!
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Wow.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Here we go.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
That's it. Can you imagine going on this long thing and then you're 5.5 minutes away?
Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
Here we go. Just gonna pause for this. Oh, jeez.
The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
It's lost all horizontal speed. Here we go. Drogue shoots.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
Drogue shoots.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up,
We copy, we see
The main parachutes will be next.
next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main
Oh.
chutes out.
Oh, the pilot parachutes.
Time to
will pull the
splash
main
down
chutes.
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Here we go.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We keep the same on board.
Picture quality. Not good. Oh, that's why. Let's get her to 4K, boys. Really? There we go. Still not good. It's very zoomed in. There we go.
Passing through 10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
All right, here come the main chutes. Come on.
Deploy.
Come on.
We're at 5,000 feet.
That looks good. That looks good.
Beacon has been activated on integrity.
Yeah!
And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
All right.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. It's
Hydrazine, is it going to do a short burn right before they hit the ground? Like a little litho braking burn or something?
15 seconds.
W in the fucking chat, indeed.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles.
Fuck yeah, Zay.
From the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
Let's go. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that follow. Oh, yeah, they are doing a little litho braking. Hell yeah, dude. I'm over here on the West Coast. If I wasn't streaming and covering it, I'd be outside watching it fly over. I'm in LA. Apparently I would have been able to see it through the sky, but you know, I wanted to be here with y'all, so. Am I going to Coachella? Nah. It's a space turd full of space nerds. Damn, Ryan, just, you know, don't be a fucking dweeb right now, alright? Just get into it with us. Hell yeah. And I'm going to be watching space videos and... There we go!
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on.
Let's go!
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Hell yeah!
Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon. A new chapter
Woo!
of our celestial neighbor is complete.
Fucking America, let's go!
Back on Earth.
This is why it's so sad that we, you know, stopped pushing like we used to back in the day. You know, the special thing about Artemis is everybody knew about it. Everybody was tuning in and watching. And I hope this shows the government, I hope this shows everybody that people care about space travel. I know there are those motherfuckers who sit at home and say, what does this mean for us here on Earth? Bro, it means everything, okay? This is so important. This is some of the most important stuff that as human beings we can possibly do. And I just hope after seeing the reaction to this that we get just more care and more interest in space travel. My dog just opened the door. Are y'all for real?
The unofficial splashdown time,
We are right there with you in this chat, Zay. We are right there with you in this chat. Mika! You've been summoned! He's gonna get us in World War III. God, I hope not. Oof. Fucking hope not. I think he's too manipulatable to actually get us into World War III, luckily. Like, what's happening in Iran, you know, he's sort of chickening out. But, yeah, we'll see. I fucking hope not. Mika just opened my door and ran out of the room.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Who y'all are for? No, we are all pretty much against Trump.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR.
There's like one or two Trump voters in my chat. We're always respectful with everybody. But, like, for the most part, everyone in this chat is pretty against Trump. Paducah, Kentucky. Hopefully there's no sharks. Yeah, it's off the coast of San Diego. I don't know how many sharks are there. But, Paducah, Kentucky. I know that it's in Kentucky. Let me see. Paducah. Could not done it without President Trump. Okay, let's see. It is okay.
This was a textbook entry.
It's like in between St. Louis and Nashville.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Bollywood, where you make this? What do you mean? I just want to be clear, Geji. Just want to be super clear. Awesome. Cool, man. I've never been over there. I lived on the East Coast for a while, but never been to Kentucky, actually. In the Bronx for spring break. How do you like it? I lived in Manhattan for like a year. But Geji, just to be clear, are you implying that this is not real? It stinks and dirty. True. Look, a lot of good things to say about New York. It's not the best smelling city, a lot of parts of it. But
we continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being.
Well, I'm glad. Is that your first time to New York?
Stable one or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
I know, dude. I know, man. I'm not quite as emotional as I was during the takeoff because I had that music playing and everything during the launch. But dude, let me tell you, Neighborhoody, when we hit Artemis 4, bro, I'm actually gonna like blubber like a little baby in front of y'all, and you better not make fun of me because I will get very mad. Pizza's alright, and as good as they make it seem. Yeah, because nowadays, you know, you can generally get pretty good New York style pizza elsewhere, I think. You should go to the launch site. I was actually talking to Aurora about that. We want to see if we can go to the launch site for Artemis 4. That would be amazing. And then, you know, IRL stream it for y'all.
So integrity is in great shape, and as the crew
look at that,
continues
man.
its post splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all.
Bro, I love how like they've landed after being stuck in there for like what, like how many days exactly? I don't even remember. As the LA Olympics. Oh no. And like they still have a bunch of shit to do. I'd be like, bro, just let me. It's like at the end of a long plane flight, and you're just like, bro, I don't want to fucking taxi to the gate. Just let me off the goddamn plane. I wonder what they really eat up there. My understanding is that the food that astronauts get has come like such a long way since like the Apollo days. Let's see.
So the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down
Let me look it up.
spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
And dehydrated foods, small meals. It's time to think again. Yeah. So here's it's also revealing something equally impressive: that eating in space become a true science. Reveal there are 189 different types of food and drinks on board Artemis 2. The most common foods on the menu include whole wheat bread, vegetables, breakfast sausage, walnut, couscous. Dude, these guys got fucking gourmet meals up there. Mango salad, blueberry, granola, almonds, cashews, grilled beef tenderloin, broccoli, macaroni and cheese, tropical fruit salad, squash and cauliflower, bro. I bet you the attendants is making them keep their seatbelts on too. SMH said, "Try hard, asshole." Dude, I never. As soon as we are like getting close to the gate, like my seatbelt comes off because I'm a fucking rebel like that, right? In fact, they didn't forget about sweets, including cookies. Most popular choice: chocolate, cake, caramel coated. Do you say caramel or caramel? Because I switch, honestly. Coated almonds, pudding, and cake with a moderately high tolerance for spices. The crew hasn't lost their taste for their meals in space. Some of the culinary flavors include maple syrup, chocolate spread, peanut butter, hot sauce, spicy mustard, strawberry jam, honey, cinnamon, and almond butter. Astronauts have access to over 10 types of drinks, including coffee, green tea, lemonade, cocoa, apple cider, pineapple drink, mango peach smoothie, and breakfast drinks in vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry flavors. No purple drink? Bro, disappointing.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on integrity.
All right. Meantime,
Can you say again? That was very weak.
I'm about to land a base autonomously on the moon.
Integrity.
Prior to sending some astronauts there. So let's see if I got this or I'm gonna fuck this up.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off
Hang on.
the top of the vehicle.
1 second, guys. I'm going to be right back.
3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we just selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey Lily, excuse me, hey Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
I'm trying to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Cannot reply.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
Oh my god, I've been talking the whole time too. No, they haven't been rescued yet. Capsule door is still intact. We'll see that either. I don't know how the Orion capsule door works. I don't know if it's like a pop-off like Apollo, or if it's or if it just opens. I imagine it's more of like a pop-off for emergency reasons. Yeah, sure, dude. Once we're done here, I'd love to, man. I'm a big football fan, as you can probably tell.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Checking.
We have well more than enough Delta V. Gotcha.
This is Mission Control.
I mean,
while we stand by for the establishment of
what do you like to be called? Like, should I refer to you as Zay, or should I refer to you as something else? Like, what do you prefer?
To the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
The physics of this right here is fucking hilarious, by the way. This crane.
Hey Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together, and of course, as you
got you.
Here with NASA
For sure.
Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now.
There's a xenomorph in the capsule.
I've almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed.
You didn't do any of the hard work, Jared.
Right now, and yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at the behind us here.
Got everybody. What do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely
Capsule before moving the astronauts. They traditionally haven't really done that. Ooh, look at how scorched it is.
From humanity to the stars that we sent out.
They usually pop the door out to help them climb out.
Right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set.
I mean, Orion is a different profile.
A once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here is like,
oh yeah,
once
bro.
in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028.
We're as soon as we're done with this Artemis stuff, we're absolutely gonna watch that, brother.
You know, part of me too.
I love me some football. Die-hard Rams fan.
Also getting Integrity back on this ship, so we can start taking a look at it, because
I'd love to take a look.
Is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSP.
No, that's fair, dude. Hey, I got nothing against the Ravens, honestly.
We're getting we're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2.
Jitter
At the same time,
issues.
we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners.
What
we
is
had a Canadian
happening
Space
here?
Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European service module. And you think, in the days leading up to this
What
launch,
the
I mean,
fuck
48
is happening
hours
there?
prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are
nice,
to the moon.
man.
We're doing it to stay. We are building.
Are you
we are going to master the
are you
skills on
playing
the
there?
surface of
Hey,
the
thanks for the
Sunday.
follow,
We can
Z
undertake
Rixie.
missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone,
That
one more time,
flicker's
we're gonna
driving
ask the
me
crew here. You
nuts.
guys ready to land
Okay,
on the moon?
never mind. Just let myself get distracted right now. It's fine.
Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned,
It's
and
fine.
we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you,
Bro.
Administrator Isaacman. We are in
For real?
the process of working to establish.
You completely fucked that up.
To establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown.
What the fuck happened?
7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours.
Corner and special teams, the
before
highlights of
sunset
high school. Nice.
in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego.
If you play corner, you must be fast as fuck,
We
dude.
have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board.
Corner and special teams, you're definitely fast.
We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team.
All right, let's
out in the
try that
Pacific.
shit
Now,
again.
We will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle.
Martrell Carter, oh yeah. I don't know what happened, dog. I'm using an autopilot system here. It just miscalculated. Maybe it's because I was fucking around with stuff. I don't know.
All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn.
Let's try this again.
Improve the angle of attack for the vehicle.
And if it doesn't
as
work, I'll
under
have to
the
do
Earth's
some of this
atmosphere. All of
manually,
that
but
flight
fuck.
dynamics computation worked like a charm. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull them up now. I'm just turning off the volume here. Pull these up. Any of them in particular that are dope for, like, some of your favorites? Not really? All right, fuck it. Did you say you were number 4? Yeah, oh yeah, there it is. You played free safety and wide receiver? Cool. We'll see. Oh. What? Why is it fucking... I get this bigger, please? Full screen it. Okay. Put this in the corner. Your corner now, yeah. Let's see. Can I turn this up? There we go. Oh, way to find the hole, bro. Way to stay behind your blockers. Fuck yeah. Oh. Yeah, a couple plays from these games. Let's see. Oh, in traffic. Good route. Perfect route. Oh, man. Dude. You run good routes, man. All right, let's see. Oh, shit. Nice catch, brother. Hell yeah. Dude, what is your 40 time, man? Woo.
Whoa.
Beautiful. Oh, he's a Ravens fan. 4-4. Wow, man. You fast dude.
You can be redeemed.
No, we don't have any problems. Ravens are fine.
Yeah.
Lamar almost won me my fantasy league a couple years ago. Ravens quarterback. I see it, dude. I see it. You got your basics down really well. Oh! Hit. Nice.
How dare you?
Yeah, man. You were right on the deflection, too. Good instincts, good awareness. You're a good player, man. How's it been going for you at UK? I mean, obviously you're a freshman, so, you know, it's still early, but... Good, new coach next year. Cool. Woo! Man, you got some legs on you, dude. A stiff arm? Neighbor Rooney's going for the sea chickens.
Oh.
That's what the 12 and then the wave and chicken is sea chickens, yeah.
good year for you, huh?
Yeah. I'm still sad that we lost that NFC Championship game. Ugh. Ooh, man. Yo, I want to see that one again. Come on. Come on. All right, let me have a second here. Just you right here.
Oh, shoot.
Ooh. What the fuck, Rixie? Jesus Christ. That is some wild spam, dude. That is wild spam. Okay? Jeez. And nobody, bro, how do you line up there and he doesn't call an audible? Man, he just let you right through. Look at that, man. Woo! Oh, I see that line shift right at the end there. Oh, wow. That's good teamwork too, man. Really well done. Wow. Wow. That was a great play, man. Good sack. Good work. Your biggest rival? Nice. That must have felt so good. Yep. Oh. Who was he looking at? Who was he looking through it right to? Nice, dude. Oh! Oh! Oh, dude! No! Oh, dude. That sucks. Tripped over. You had your own player in the way of a pick six. That sucks. Still, dude. Awesome pick. You read his eyes right from the beginning. Good play. Good awareness. Homeboy threw it right fucking to you. Wow. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Ooh. That's a fucking hit, man. You got some nice highlight reels put together, dude. You got some good plays for sure. Oh. Yeah, bringing it to the house. Oh! Man, good job staying behind your blocks. Nice. Nice recovery. You got a lot of traits of somebody who knows the game real well, right? I see you getting behind your blocks. I see you reading offenses. You play well, dude. Oh, bro. Martels, I want to see you killing it out there, man. For Kentucky. Have you gotten some good playing time yet, or still they still like, nah, Freshie, you gotta work your way into the team? Wow, good run. Hell yeah. All right. Ooh, great. Great block. Good hustle, man. Dude. I like what I'm seeing, dude. I'm a football nut. You gotta stop me or I'm gonna watch all of these. Easy. Easy. No one can catch you, bro. Easy. You just said a prayer and threw it. Oh, nice. Nice pick. 2 picks in that game. That's good, dude. Wait a minute. Nice, bro. You had to tackle a game this season? That's fucking awesome. You were ranked 6th best safety in the country, dog? Hell yeah. And I see it too. This is impressive stuff. Hell yeah. You keep playing like this, dude. You are absolutely getting on the first team in a year or two. Hell yeah. I saw, dude. Yeah. 4 games, 4 tackles. Good work, dude. Or yeah, unanimous 4-star recruit. There it is. "12 games as a senior. 25 tackles. Woo. 3 tackles for loss, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, 3 interceptions. 35 receptions for 490 yards, 5 touchdowns receiving, and 12 carries for 112 yards, 1 touchdown catching on offense. 15-0 record. Oh, on the way to your championship. 4th ever state football championship for the school. First since 2009 when it was 3A. You got MVP of the state tournament. Hell yeah. Well, I'm going to be watching you, dude. Trying to see you get drafted in a few years. Oh, they're opening it up. For sure, my guy. Come on back, dude. I'd love to have you around. Obviously, we're on the space stuff today. Most of the time, we're talking a lot of politics, and obviously, every once in a while, football and stuff. You take care of yourself, dude. Thanks for hanging out, brother. It was cool watching your highlights. It was cool watching this with you. You take care. Come back anytime.
The reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape.
Hell yeah. Peace. Alright, let's see if I can land this fucker this time. Jeez. Oh no. Okay.
Yes.
Oops. That'd be fucking something, wouldn't it? Like, surprise, motherfuckers. Yeah. That would be fucking hilarious. Straight to a congressional hearing. Alright, are we gonna fucking do this right this time, or what? We don't have that. It's not.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, Can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft Integrity in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats.
There we go. Get them out. Well, that's definitely not a pop-out door if they're like right next to it like that.
Is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a collar.
You cut that out.
Just to make sure that Orion stays upright
Dogs are
doesn't
fucking with each
sway in
other.
the
Ocean
water
is
too much,
scary as
again,
fuck.
to make it easier for recovery forces
Hi, Mika.
to get the astronauts out.
Up.
Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far.
Up.
Plenty of time.
Come
No
here.
rush either.
Good girl.
I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good, and whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready.
Did you see fishing last year? First time I see it felt like going off road really rough terrain and a truck with shady suspension. Yeah, not to mention the fucking thousands of feet of water beneath
As
you.
there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio
Oh.
loop here on the ship.
Door is
Just reported
open.
out that the side hatch is open.
The hatch. That's the word I've been looking for
Side
this whole
hatch of
time.
integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people.
I
on the
know,
boat
for
here,
real,
glued
neighbor.
to the side,
Holy shit.
closest to where they can see all this action, and again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy
Getting the
personnel
blankets.
is about to get inside there.
There they go. They're getting in to get them out of there.
In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them.
Okay.
Boat's getting closer now. Again,
Hi,
that
thanks.
one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
Up.
And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course,
Well, that's
allowed
fucking good.
the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle. that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two.
That's also true,
Navy
Gasper. What's
helicopters,
up?
2 crew members for each helicopter for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity. A mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
Better up that burn.
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
Bit of a slope. I don't like that. That's okay. We'll work with it. Oof. All right, let me try a little funky something. Quick saving because I could fucking blow everything up by doing this. No. Yep. Fucking blow everything up. Hang on. Let's see if I can fix this.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew, let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it.
Alright, let's try this again.
That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done,
So I want to get to a flatter space.
And get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically, after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
The front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oops.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
Woo! There they are! Alright, this is a little better. Let's do a quick save.
A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from entry flight director Rick Henfling, but we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition. Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Another nice little hop.
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops again. The operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad.
Yeah, I bet.
You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 miles.
No, you fucking stop it!
If you think you get car sick.
Oh my god, dude.
Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them. Just in case, right?
Had it too.
As we said, the crew
was fucking exactly like a much
great.
more level area.
But again, all those folks out there, in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen.
Hell yeah,
And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts
being back on Earth, it's just
more medical attention.
It's gotta feel amazing.
Out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now.
Oh,
and
too
then
much.
They will connect to the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch.
The fuck is going on here with the terrain rendering?
Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally.
What on earth?
Even if they're fighting.
Yo, I told you not to do that. What the fuck is going on?
Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2.
Just check all these, see if it's...
Okay. And the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home.
Oh yeah.
And ready to be extracted as soon as possible. And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship.
Okay. Now a little farther.
I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial imagery team.
Bro, I am just borking this so fucking hard.
Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here.
You gotta go back up in the air, Trail.
You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines.
Just a little further. Nope.
About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy,
bro,
back home
I'm
after
so dumb.
a history-making mission to the moon and back.
Ugh. This is what we call tedium.
And if you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion reporting
Hell
all
yeah.
members feeling great.
Awesome, man. I love it.
Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it.
This lady sounds kind of like Katie Chris. Just got out the chambers. Nice, man. Have a nice, relaxing bath
And it looks
while you
like
watch
it's
me
to
try to
unfold
get
the
this to
front
work.
porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for
They are getting them out just now.
about 4 hours.
No.
The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything.
Am
and
I
actually
out of
here on the ship,
hydrogen? No. Oh, I just turned.
when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight
Yeah,
deck can be a
for
dangerous
sure.
place, so they just want to focus on
Floating around. Yeah, they've just been
planes
hanging.
coming
The
and
first
going from the
HLS
ship, so
landing.
that's why they wanted to get the boats in the
Ugh.
water to make sure that they have all the time they needed.
I'm
for
so
the flight
close
out.
to like flat land on the rim of the crater, which is where I want to be.
And then the same crew here
Do
on
it,
the
brother.
water,
Keep yourself
they will
hydrated.
stay out in the water for
Gotta
a
stay
number of
hydrated.
hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover.
I drink one of these
Orion.
motherfuckers.
All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so so it doesn't sway so much in the water there.
No. Nope. Nope. Jesus Christ, this is tough, dude.
And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once
It'll
the
be
crew
easier for the next
get out of
landing because I'll
Orion,
have like a landing spot
they can
worked
stretch their
out
legs a little bit on this
for
front
where
porch, get some
I
fresh
want
air,
us to be.
and enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet.
Okay.
It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
But yeah, the SAS is kind of fucking me right now. I'm trying to keep it retrograde, but in keeping it retrograde, as soon as I hit the ground, I'm all over the place. So I need to time this like fucking perfect. Or I could autopilot it.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally.
Yo, that did not work well at all.
As expected.
So no more autopilot. Jesus. Alright. One more try. Just picked Orion out of the ocean first. Yep, they're all healthy. They all survived. Everybody's okay. Looks like there were no issues with the heat shield like there were on Artemis 1.
Away from the ship, so that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters.
Right, let me get a little more altitude this time.
2-3 minutes, and then we'll be back here on the ship.
I know.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
All right. Right over here. Okay. No! Fucking no! Bro, you had that. Ugh. You had it. Worse indigestion? Jared said it would be fine even with burn through, but obviously that's suboptimal. True. Artemis 1 re-entered just fine even with a chunk of the shield coming off. I also prefer my heat shields to not be missing huge unexplainable chunks. I would agree.
A fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity on the front screen here in Mission Control.
Okay.
Welcome home, Integrity. Taking humanity back to
we
the
are
moon,
so close
and returning safely to Earth.
We just want to get like
so
right there.
Part
so
of the,
close.
Splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Nope. Oh, unless. Nope. Borked it. So close. You were in your trapped in there this whole time in a tiny capsule. I know. It's one thing that heat shield has from chunk missing with the fact I couldn't explain or resolve it. That really bothered me. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it looks here. We do know that some gas got in between the capsule and the heat shield, and the heat expanded it and caused the chunks to come out.
Here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to
looks
the USS
like
John P. Murtha.
flatland, or as close to it as I'm gonna get right here.
Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's
we're almost there.
by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego.
Capsule the size of 2 minivans. Yeah, I know. Hey, it's bigger than Apollo at least.
And the initial...
Woo! Bro, you are so unstable.
In the flight control room, the first crew member is out of Integrity.
Ugh.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted. We now have 2 crew members out.
Nope. God, I'm not. This is why I am not going to the moon.
Two crew members out, 2 to go.
Fishing poles. So close to where I want to be, but going those last. The problem is, it's so hard to get that little hop and orient properly. And then I just bumped a tiny bit too hard on the surface, and boop, over he falls.
And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well. Crew member number 3 now out. And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship.
Woo! Okay.
Bobbing
now
in the
one
Pacific
just a
under
little
almost
further.
ideal conditions. Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
No, don't tip. Come on! I'm determined to do this the right way and not feed it.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
That's it. We got all 4 of them. Well, I'm not Neil Armstrong, all right? God damn it. Nope. Forking it.
Once again,
let's just enjoy me falling down this for a second.
And the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
Yeah, that's fun. Not good. Just, I'm so close. Woo.
This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room.
I was using NASA and SpaceX for HLS. It's NASA's requirement for manual controls during landing. Doesn't seem like SpaceX thinks it's a good idea to have. I mean, you should have it just in case.
So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
You know what? This is fucking way good enough. This is pretty stable right here. I think we're good. Sorry, energy situations. Go ahead and shut this down. Okay. Okay. Looking pretty good. we're happy with this guy.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the
yeah, but like
a number of flight controllers,
it should be there like as a contingency in case something goes wrong. Is probably what NASA's point
around
is.
The moon on a lunar flyby, and the first test flight of Orion.
Yeah.
With crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship.
What's gonna be north, south, east, and west? I don't fucking know.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about an hour and 34 minutes.
Just 10 meters in the wrong direction means you fall into the fucking crater.
To bring home our astronauts.
Can I like see?
And with us, now is Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator. Amit,
something that can help me orient. Okay.
History made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here
this is the front,
in the glow of what they just accomplished.
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks from the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And you know, my thought is always about these teams. The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. You know, we still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks.
It starts with flight human. Should we give them manual control for landing on the tower? I don't know.
And then if you pull it all the way
that
back
thing is such a.
To the workers
it's so
and
tall.
The rocket,
it's definitely going to be
that
difficult. I just don't know.
That held together tonight. That that stacked the vehicle in Florida. That integrated the vehicle in Denver. That fired the engines in Stennis. That fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through, and they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes' view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in, and and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, you know, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states that came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. You know, we do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
Did you see what Barcode said?
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this
That's
experience
amazing.
for the American people, for the
That's
world,
amazing. This is what I was saying earlier, man.
You know, I have not been able
Governments
to watch a lot of the coverage.
Need to wake up.
As we've progressed through the mission.
My audio, like my microphone, or
seeing the people's
or
faces
this.
Here, and then, you know, reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world.
Huh?
From
Sometimes
NASA.
it's the video,
NASA's given
but for
the
me
world
it's
a
fine.
gift.
My mic?
Proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see
maybe I don't know. Maybe try refreshing it. Yeah, because I'm up in the yellow here, which is usually pretty good range.
The problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world.
Yeah, because sometimes folks will say like my audio's off, but then everyone else will be like, it's fine for me. So I try not to fuck with it too much. But like if it's like really giving you problems, let me know and I'll up it a little bit.
They can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, you know, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. You know, flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design.
If we're gonna spend money on going to a launch, it's probably gonna be Artemis 4, Barcode.
That entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That you know, when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, you know, our guys knew exactly where to go. The guidance was perfect. You know, and it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last
years,
few weeks about, you know, we did this before 53 years ago, and you know that. I think, I mean, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, you know, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo,
within the next 5,
Apollo,
I mean,
you know, Gilbert,
they're going to push for it.
Mueller, what they really wanted to do, you know, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But you know, after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and you know, we spent a lot of money on these machines here. Even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called.
It's not HLS anymore. They've said that Blue Origin is now in the running. So whoever does it first, and I think Blue Origin might have been farther along because it's more traditional.
Space shuttle, and then we use that reusable machine to build.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Amit. This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion. The first one there having just completed picking up the first astronaut. Helo 2 now hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device.
Yeah, I know, right? They always have a chopper.
Those blades throwing water
Test
out at the center
if the
there,
deploy node is
porch,
correct here.
With now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists.
Let's see.
Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut.
I also think Orion is quite a bit bigger.
Helicopter.
Yeah, they do it to ensure crew safety, provide immediate medical attention, and avoid the risk associated with hoisting a heavy floating object.
Helicopter will now.
Removing astronauts first remains a standard procedure for safety and health reasons.
Helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA.
Yeah, the Orion capsule is larger than the Crew Dragon.
Just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage,
and it's significantly heavier. The crew module alone is heavier than the entire Dragon spacecraft.
Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch.
That means the crew module alone is heavier than the Dragon crew module and service module.
Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew, who just completed a mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air.
I hate to be this guy, but I feel like I trust NASA knows what they're doing. I don't know. Oops. Is this the proper node? It is the proper node.
In just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck.
Old design, old space stuff? I don't know, dude.
Now the only person
I'm sure they could if they wanted to.
That second helicopter now making its way.
I did a search and they say they do it for safety and medical reasons.
Here it comes. Making its final approach here.
Honorable Commander to go last, true. Old Space doesn't like inventing new things when they don't.
The last astronaut, Commander Reed Weissman, now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. both now on their way back to the ship where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship, excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard.
Sina Omniantena. "10 kilometers.
Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the
That's
ship
not
here.
what that's for. Okay.
Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow.
"150 kilometers.
First helicopter coming in.
Here we go. Here we go.
And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Kilo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another. And an announcement just made on the ship, integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean.
Good on the antenna work going on here.
Making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members.
Ooh, bit of a
on the USS John P. Murtha.
Chunky landing there.
I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling. Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here. Team on the flight deck, working quickly but methodically. Waiting for just one more helicopter to touch down.
Wow.
Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of waiter decks, aft of frame 095. Burn no cover stop side. Throw no articles over the side. Hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead. Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
To the med bay indeed.
Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one. All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge of one of the helicopters, looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. a photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972. Oh,
wow.
There we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving.
Hey.
Hello to you too, Christina, yes?
Hell yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home.
No.
A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, welcome home, integrity. Victor in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another. And so now we see some Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now.
Welcome home, Integrity Farm. That's Integrity.
Some pictures, video to catalog this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean. Golden hour. These pictures will be beautiful. Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. He is on the flight deck, as well as Flight Surgeon Rick Schuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon. And now here
Curly's always thinking about the gram.
We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor, a hug from Christina. What a moment that we're getting to experience together. I'm sure congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon.
Woo.
And here we go.
What up, yeah.
We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay. It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay. And now on the flight deck, we see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle.
Scott Tingle.
Rick Shuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight.
What up, Cinderella?
All right. And now here we are, Christina, making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home. You can see she's looking up. Again, lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck, welcoming her home.
Rating, nice. We were just thinking about the room beds. I gotta do all this media stuff now. Brutal. Yeah, I'd be. Oh my god, I'd be so fucking tired. Finished watching Tiny's DGG fundraising stream. How was that?
So still on the flight deck, Victor Glover.
Really successful. Awesome.
It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay. More hugs, more hugs. He's a hugger. Victor looking good as he walks across the flight deck. NASA administrator applauding.
Over 200K, wow.
Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today.
That was saying 6 on BV event.
Left on the flight deck. Commander Reed Weissman.
Fuck BV.
Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. See our 4 Artemis 2 crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon. Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating our flight deck. All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know
she struggled
how
through
you must
that
be feeling
name.
right now. Ecstatic, relieved.
So ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a
Progressive
major
victory,
milestone.
Casper.
The crew here on the ship and in Medbay, you know, our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all. Everything went very well, just as planned. Our teammates in Houston, the flight control team was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery, and I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of, you know, high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so
that
happy
is
the
really
crew's
good to
doing
hear,
well.
Cinderella. Honestly,
Ryan's doing well, and you know, thank you for, you know, for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
You know, the funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with you know, the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch. And again, you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional
donor class
pictures that they have that, you know, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, you know, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. You know, some of my favorite people around this 10 days was the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel in the landing recovery team when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the discussions about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic. Yeah. Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about our Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we
do not fuck them. They'd like that.
For the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, you know, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia.
Did you say something?
I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my
family
took me to
that's
the
sending data.
And that's when I learned about
through
Apollo.
the satellite.
And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts.
In the game.
And,
yeah, it's a little.
And that story was what really fueled me to want to do
screeching.
STEM and want to be an astronaut. And
is more of an obligation.
Artemis
fair
is going to do exactly what
Cinderella.
You know,
very
with
fair.
Girls, you know, my age back then is 7. Young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA,
so
if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program's just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that.
Yeah.
Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it. But you had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Look who's moved in, guys.
Thank you, Megan,
Hi, Chat.
and safe sailing out there in the Pacific.
It's good to be here. How are you guys?
Now all quiet.
She's here.
The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy
oh, good.
the
matching.
of a,
I guess we are kind of matching.
Touchdown.
In the camera, we look like we're kind of.
Ooh, I like it. Some patterns, expressionful art.
The Artemis 2 mission.
Oh, thanks.
With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time. 10:35 p.m. Eastern
Trader.
Managers will discuss the return of the
I wasn't looking super close. No worries. I could when I looked at the stream, I was like, oh yeah, it does look like it.
Trader. This is Mission Control Houston.
Wow. Signing out. Wow, guys. Oh, they're showing the moments. They're showing the moments for those of you who weren't here.
Three good main shoots.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Big ol' sploosh. You did.
I would love to, but you have any idea how many times YouTube dinged me the last time we were playing music? It was crazy. What I am gonna do though, yeah, I know I might just say that pretty soon, but what I am gonna do is I'm gonna play a whole bunch of space-related content.
Space and far away from the sun, you might expect everything to be frozen.
Next stream, we're gonna get back to our politics stuff, but this week has been an Artemis thing.
Lifeless.
So
And yet, we find images like this, captured by one of NASA's most advanced research probes, that shows us these bizarre structures seemingly created by a process that is unlike anything we know on Earth. Jupiter's moon Io is more alive than any other body in our solar system. Its rocky surface is caught up in a raging battle between fire and ice. Meanwhile, scientists on Earth have only just begun to uncover the hidden forces that are driving this chaos. The Jupiter system is home to nearly 100 officially recognized moons, a number that continues to grow as we discover new objects orbiting the giant planet. Most of them are very small.
You don't need them anyway. Vadim, bring up
are exceptionally large. We call these the Galilean moons, as they were first recognized by the 16th century astronomer Galileo Galilei using one of the first telescopes ever made. The outer two moons are the largest, Callisto and Ganymede. Both are solid orbs of ice and rock with dead, heavily cratered surfaces.
Barcode. Do you know exactly why they did it? Do you need me to explain it to you? Because I shouldn't have to explain it to you. It makes 1,000,000% sense. They should have done it. It's just what they gotta do. I mean, yeah, that's true, but like it had to be done. Like it just had to be done. Yes, we had to. Otherwise, all of our naming conventions are fought. So confusing. Okay. No. Right? That's not. Okay, so I was right the other time. No, that's not right either. What's going on? Okay, let's try this again. Oh, because I was putting it on the front, not the back. Duh. What? Leave Pluto alone. Back in my day, we had 9 planets on 20 years, August 24th. Yep. It's not tradition. I'm tripping. There's something wrong here.
Second in line is Europa, which is made from a thin, smooth sheet of ice floating on a vast ocean of liquid water. It's one of the most promising locations in the solar system to find extraterrestrial life. And then closest to Jupiter is Io, just 350,000 kilometers above the clouds of the gas giant, not much further than the distance between Earth and our moon, and about the same size, just a little bigger and heavier. Io is actually the most dense moon in our solar system, and that's because it's made almost entirely of rock and metal, while most of the other large moons out here are made of ice and rock. The difference is so extreme that Io is believed to have the lowest water content of any known body in the solar system, even drier than Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun. But what really makes Io special is the action on its surface. This is the only location outside of the Earth where we know that volcanoes are erupting on a regular basis. Io is actually the most volcanically active place in our entire solar system, with up to 400 active volcanoes dotting the entire surface of the moon. This discovery was first made by the Voyager 1 probe during its Jupiter flyby in 1979. Even from a distance of 20,000 kilometers and using primitive, low-resolution cameras, Voyager was able to see 9 distinct volcanic eruptions blasting out from the moon's surface. These raging lava flows exist in stark contrast to a world that is consumed by a deep freeze. Outside of the volcanic zones, the surface temperature of Io drops down to negative 130 degrees Celsius. We know that the sun is too far away to contribute any warmth to the Jupiter system, so where does all of this heat come from? First, we need to appreciate that Io is caught up in a very treacherous location. At this close distance to Jupiter, it's just far enough away to avoid getting sucked in or even torn apart by the planet's massive gravity. But that doesn't mean that Io is in a safe place either. The extreme gravity from Jupiter still pulls on the moon's surface hard enough to stretch the rock and distort its shape. And then on the other side, there are these 3 other large Galilean moons, and they exert their own force of gravity. Not nearly as strong as Jupiter, but still enough to pull Io in the opposite direction, which disrupts its orbit around Jupiter. So instead of moving in a circular pattern, Io orbits in an oval shape, meaning sometimes it's really close to Jupiter and other times it's further away. So it never gets an even exposure to that extreme gravity, and it cycles back and forth about once every 2 days, constantly being stretched and released and changing shape as it moves along. The result is that Io experiences some pretty massive tidal bulging. This is the same effect that we see with the ocean on Earth. Our own moon has enough gravity to pull up on the water, causing high and low tides. The rise of the ocean on Earth is only about half a meter on average. Different coastal locations will experience varying amounts of tidal change based on their geography.
Alright, we'll come back to this then. What the fuck? What the fuck is up with that?
But in the middle of the ocean, the change
it hasn't started
very
yet,
small.
so I'll keep an eye out.
On Io, the gravity of Jupiter does something insane, lifting the surface by as much as 100 meters when the 2 bodies are at their closest distance. And that is not just pulling up water, that's stretching solid rock and essentially giving the moon itself a slight egg shape. All of this stretching and squeezing acts like a pump that drives energy into the center of Io and powers all of this volcanic activity. But these volcanoes do not function in the same way that we see on Earth. If you think about a volcanic eruption, you probably imagine a big, pointy mountain with lava and ash shooting out from the top. These tend to form along areas where tectonic plates collide and force rock up from below the surface. Io doesn't have plate tectonics, so lava just tends to erupt from cracks that form as a result of the constant gravitational stretching. The initial release of energy can throw lava dozens of kilometers above the moon's surface, and above that, a plume of sulfur gas can rise for hundreds of kilometers. Sulfur is always present in volcanic activity on Earth as well. If you ever see a lava rock that has all of these round holes all over it, those are created by trapped pockets of sulfur gas. The result of this is a sulfur atmosphere that surrounds Io. Depending on the level of volcanic activity at any given time, the atmosphere can range from about 1/3 the density of Earth's to nearly double. Most of the sulfur that gets released will eventually settle back down and cover the moon's surface. This is what creates the range of vibrant colors that we see from orbit. The yellow regions are sulfur that has been crystallized by the low temperatures, essentially snow. The white and blue patches are frozen sulfur dioxide that exist in the coldest shadow regions of the moon. The green areas are sulfur monoxide, which is created by interactions with Jupiter's radiation belt in the upper atmosphere. And then the red areas are hotspots of recent volcanic activity where the sulfur is still being actively heated. Going back to what we mentioned earlier, volcanic activity on Io does not create mountains or raised shield structures like it does on Earth. Instead, after the initial violence of the eruption, the moon's surface tends to collapse down and molten rock fills the void to create these giant lava lakes. The biggest one is named Loki Patara. It's 200 kilometers in diameter, and in the center, there's a big island of solidified rock surrounded by an active churning lake of molten rock. Now, because of all this volcanic activity, you might think that Io is composed just like the Earth, with a solid crust layer floating on top of a magma ocean. But we are pretty sure that's not the case. Probes sent to the
space capsule. Artemis 2 will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
Yeah, we have, Barcode.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
Hold on.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles.
What am I doing?
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth.
This one's so crazy.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I'm sure we're gonna get many more.
Main chute deploy. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Houston Integrity.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
The Artemis 2 astronauts are back on Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean at 7:07 p.m. Central Time this evening, after NASA's record-setting mission that took them around the moon and brought them home. Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications. Several leaders to talk about the successful mission. They are Amit Kshatriya, Associate Administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, Head of the Artemis Programs, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built the service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight. It sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them. And at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles to the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they wrote. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, Integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows.
Can't imagine the relief as an engineer that worked on something like parachutes. Yeah. Welcome home.
I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over
NASA's
the last
like,
10 days.
we're going to maintain communications with people hundreds of thousands of miles away, but we can't get a fucking press conference to work right.
Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Martha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us.
This parts pack is usually so good.
Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity.
Building stuff,
Today
but
we fulfilled that objective
this one.
by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the Flight Control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely.
Maybe
252,756 miles, and that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do, and I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They did a reserve round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, you know, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing to happen today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
All right, peace out, neighbor Rooney. See you later.
On a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis 3? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, you know, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system, I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marsha.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them, and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddle, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. It's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, Space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but
yeah,
that's the only one I'm aware of that that's set. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis 3, Artemis 4, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. We were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of the issues we saw during Artemis 1 and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we've changed the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis 2, we're going to get right after it, but I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we talked about this a little bit before. What the architects of Apollo, Gilruth, von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives. They were geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think the foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. Now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence, to learn how to live and work there for a long time. So, it's a weird irony of history that, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Ken Chang from New York Times, I guess for Rick and everybody else. Can you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got, all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words with the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up. And we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis 1? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? Initially, we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly, you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship. And so when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures. And then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we'll have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days, and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more, if we know, about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, what their first meal might be, or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after splashdown, so that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis 3 in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, we will have what we call a quick initial 30-day report that we'll put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to decontaminate the vehicle in terms of the propulsion system has hydrazine, and so we'll be working through that. In the meantime, we'll be pulling hardware off the boat in parallel with other activities, and when we get back to Kennedy Space Center. We've got about 286 components we're going to reuse in future missions already, and then we're going to look at other components and determine if we can reuse those as well. A lot of work, not only on the hardware flow, but also all the analysis of the data we're going to need going forward to learn from this mission and carry forward for Artemis 3 and beyond.
Okay, we'll take one more from the phone and then come back here into the room. The next question is from Richard Trudeau with Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time. This is another question for Howard. For Artemis 3,
Got a question for Howard.
Is the docking system that you have to do with Blue Origin and/or SpaceX, is that at what point would that system be sort of in place on the new capsule? And I guess for Amit, how are your two contractors progressing toward having something that can actually go up there on your timeline? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start with our docking system. Our docking system is ready to go. It's already been qualified. We've already got the flight unit at Kennedy Space Center. Later this summer, we'll integrate it on top of the crew module. And we've done a lot of testing already, so the final part is actually the mechanical mating of the docking hatch and the docking mechanism itself. And so we have a standard way of doing dockings in space that we expect Blue Origin and SpaceX to work with us on and accomplish that mission.
Yeah, and as far as the other part, I think, we're in a massive test campaign. We've got a huge test coming up of the Blue Origin Mark 1 lander, which will be the kind of smaller version of the lander they want to use to attempt the landing missions. There's going to be a test flight of that this year. We also have the test of the Block 3 Starship and Super Heavy, which is coming up hopefully in a few weeks here. So, every day in this program, we're going to be testing big machines, and we're just going to keep getting side by side with them to help them make progress.
Okay, Jackie, and then we'll come back to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. My question is for Howard. As a little boy, you were inspired by Star Wars. I wondered if today is better for you than Star Wars, and for future space travelers looking back at today, what should they see as being the significance? Thank you.
Wow, you might be watching my old interviews or something, but I would say 1,000, I don't know what the number is, thousands of times better. I would say that I shared a moment with my father. He took me to see Star Wars. He's not alive today. I wish he was, because that little kid who saw and was inspired by the stars, and now we're able to send our crew out to the stars, the farthest any humans have been. I mean, I can't even express just how I feel and the goosebumps I have. And I would say that for all the kids out there, I mean, just pursue the dreams. I can't say any better than the crews. I tell my kids also, pursue what you're passionate about. And my passion is a space program. My passion is NASA. And I was able to accomplish that today, and hopefully many more days going forward. But you have opportunity to do what you are passionate about. And hopefully those kids who are in love with human spaceflight, in love with going to the stars, will be inspired by us, especially by our crews. And come join NASA. Come work for us. We got a lot of missions ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ariel Moutsatsos from Televisa Univision. The only mission until today that for which the communications blackout lasted 6 minutes was Apollo 13, if I am not mistaken. Today's lasted 6 minutes, around 6 minutes. Does that say anything about the design of the ship, or what is the reason behind that? And also, very quickly, can we see a Hispanic in one of the next missions of Artemis? Thank you very much.
No, fuck you.
As far as the duration of the blackout, a lot of that that's just dictated by the physics of the approach trajectory. The Orion spacecraft, when you get enveloped by plasma that's thousands of degrees, the radio frequency of the antennas just can't shoot through that. On the space shuttle, we were lucky we had the tail, and we had an antenna up on the tail, and it took us a while to figure that out. That was a way to keep calm.
Fucking SJ.
It was 6 minutes. But it was predicted,
as
and it played out exactly as we
loser.
predicted. So that just gave us confidence that it was flying the way it was supposed to.
Will.
Hi, thank you. Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now, and congratulations.
Will
again.
Robinson? No way.
Question for Rick. The whole flight operations team has been exceedingly busy.
Lost in space?
Throughout the course of this mission, in preparation for this mission. I imagine there will be a little bit of breathing room now that the crew is back safely on Earth, but when do you kind of get the band back together to start prepping for Artemis 3, and will it be the same complement of flight directors that we saw for Artemis 2? Thank you.
Well, you're right that the next mission is right around the corner, and we'll take the lessons learned from Artemis 2. We learned a bunch on how to fly people in space, both from a vehicle operations, but also from how to run a control room with a deep space mission. And when
yes, we do.
Right, we'll get back into flight-specific training.
Everybody wants to see Racing Up on Us in space, bro. Stop fucking fooling yourself, right?
And,
It's not a good look for you.
Next mission is going to be as successful as the three of us, myself, Judd, and Jeff.
Yes, we'll take you.
Tom Clark with Sky News. Congratulations on a very successful mission. Amit, you spoke yesterday of there only being irrational fears. I wonder if you succumbed to any, and if so, what they were. But more after such a successful test flight.
He's like, Amit, I'm like wondering, did you like shit your pants at any point? Inquiring minds would like to know.
For the campaign, this is a huge step, for us to build confidence, not just in our understanding of how this machine performs, but just that this organization can rise to the standard of qualifying a vehicle like this for crewed flight. I think that's huge. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of changes between Artemis 1 and now to get there, and the team really rose to the equation. These folks here, they did a tremendous job.
Rose to the equation? Oh no, my guy.
Standards to make sure this is going to work.
Yeah.
And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight,
yikes,
maintain the same level of risk knowledge and understanding, but also really focus on what that looks like. To your point, it is when you fly the crew, when you fly any crew, you can be paralyzed. You can almost be paralyzed by risk because you
Is that the ship you're taking in space? No, this is an unmanned one that I'm gonna land on
the crew knows this, and we have to do it too.
Ahead of
what we do is we take calculated risks.
Wow, I heard that wrong.
It's going to take risks.
Taking people to space.
But you have to make sure you find the right line between being paralyzed by it and being able to manage it and bound it the right way.
Okay, Andrea.
You took in his
and then
face.
after that we'll come
What'd you say?
I thought you said, "Is this the shit you took in his face?"
Yeah.
This question's for Rick. I
Big
enjoyed
ol'
seeing
space
the
dump.
flight controllers storm into White Flight Control Room, and I was just wondering, were those the controllers from the back room? Were there people who were off duty who just couldn't be away? And why was it important to open the room to them and to let more of the Houston workforce celebrate that moment? Thanks.
That was anybody. I made a call out to anybody who had worked the mission, no matter what shift or what room you were sitting in, to come into the room and just soak in the moment with the rest of the operations team. They all deserved it. They worked tremendously hard, both pre-flight and during the mission, and it was a time for us to celebrate together before celebrating outside of that room.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. Congratulations again. My question is also for Rick. I think that we've asked the crew several times if they felt the weight of this moment, and I'm curious if you felt, or if your other flight directors felt the weight of this, that as you were going through all this, you're like, this is what Gene Kranz felt, this is what Chris Kraft felt. Did you ever feel that moment?
There were a couple of times where you have a lull in the shift, and you can
one
kind of sit back in your
particular
seat and just look out the window.
thing is
I do that at ISS a lot.
very
when I work,
badly
down the hall,
organized here.
working in Figure 1. You just enjoy the view. As I worked early in the mission on the planning shift, the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it was fun to just sit and watch the moon get bigger. And then as we worked on the entry -1 day shift yesterday, and then on the entry shift, it was fun to watch the Earth get bigger. And it was fascinating to watch orbital mechanics take over. And in the last day when I took the console, I think we were, earlier this morning, I think we were over 50,000 miles away from Earth, and we made up that last 50,000 miles in the last 8 hours. And yeah, it's a fun job to do.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone. We have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Oh, it's Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. Thank you so much for taking our questions. This is certainly a historic moment. NASA's kicked off the return.
An historic moment would be the proper way to say it, Anthony.
Write this new chapter in our history book.
Fuck.
I have to tell you, my background is in planetary science, and I was an active planetary scientist for a couple of decades, and I had this incredible honor to come over and work with the human space flight side of NASA and the team that have put this together. But as someone who has been interested in what we can do in exploring the moon and going beyond low Earth orbit, I think the weight of this mission and just how incredibly impactful it is that we have actually achieved this. During our lifetimes here, we have done this, right? When Apollo was when I was a child, and to be here now and say we actually did this, we've gone back and we're going to go build a moon base. We are going to have an enduring presence on the moon. Just incredibly powerful.
Like a part or something?
The next question is from Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. NASA showed one more time that space is a unifying force around the world with a crew that connected so well with people that doesn't matter which country. How important was, for anyone in the panel, how important was this mission for the agency and for the future of the Artemis program?
It's the most important human spaceflight mission I think we've done in many decades in terms of what it meant historically, but also what it means for the future of the agency. We talked before about, for many folks, this is the end of a long journey working on these machines, and for a lot of our workforce, it's just the beginning. But it is definitely an inflection point for all of us. So it's hard to understate, just how incredibly valuable it is to the entire team.
Let's go here to Zach.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Zachary Albert with the Launchpad from Canada. Ahmed, if you could send a message to NASA in 50 years. We've taken a lot looking back at the last 50. What would you say to the administration and the NASA then when hopefully we've become a multiplanetary species? And for each of you, is there a word or a quick phrase on how you hope the history books classify this mission that started us going back?
It's a couple weeks ago, I was with the administrator. We were doing a different event, and we were talking about how we were really going to make choices and change our focus towards the moon, towards building a moon base, towards doing incredible things again. And right before he and I walked up on stage, he turned to me and he said, at some point, people are going to look back at what we were doing, and we're going to be like those guys that were hogging out logs to cross lakes just to see if we could do it. And then, in the future, people are going to look back at us and go, wasn't that quaint, and isn't that interesting how they did that? But I mean, that's kind of where I think this is going to land in the grand scheme of things. We of course, Apollo achieved amazing things. We've done amazing things since then, but this, I think, is going to be an important step, and hopefully history is kind to us as a result.
What? Bitch.
Okay, Stephen, did you have one? TJ?
TJ Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question is about the two backups. They've trained for this mission themselves all the way. I'm not trying to ask if they're going to be on, trying to get you to tell me if there are Artemis 3 or not, but can you tell me a little bit more about their fate? Because during Apollo, it seemed that the backup crew of one mission was slated to be the prime crew of a later mission.
So both Jenny and Andre were part of this crew in every way. They trained with them. They were in the white room when they were closing it out. They were with them. The families were together. Jenny was with us in the viewing room today, so they're part of this crew, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, go ahead.
They're part of this fucking crew, bro.
Thank you,
Get
Dr.
over it.
Alison from Mysterious Meteorites. Given the crew's successful demonstration of the 4K video stream with the laser comms, will there be another test of this? And what does this mean for TRL readiness level for, say, a planetary spacecraft mission? Thank you.
I think we've had an incredible demonstration of the optical communications and the 4K video streaming. That was just fantastic. I think we've really shown that this is an amazing capability that we'd certainly like to implement in the future. So we'll have to see how that works and see how we can make that happen.
Just to point out, though, we have actually closed an optical link from much further away.
Yes, we have, from
on the
Mars.
Psyche vehicle, so
Yep.
so we're working on that.
Mars distance.
Oh my
Okay, we'll come around here. Just need to wait for the mic to make its way over.
Hi, thank you again for doing this, and again, congrats on just such an amazing mission. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout here, and I just had a quick question. We've seen some really incredible imagery throughout the course of this mission. It's been great, to get that down with the laser. And I'm curious how much of that imagery that was taken during the mission on board has been downlinked, and how much of that still remains on the spacecraft to be recovered.
Oh, here they are.
I don't happen to know the official stats, but we can certainly follow up with you at a later date.
Okay.
It made the comment that even though they sent back quite a bit, that the stuff they have with them is pretty amazing. So once we get it off the physical media on the vehicle,
I need a lot more.
Yeah, we'll get all those SD
points
cards
first.
downloaded. And of course, all of the imaging that was required on Monday, that was the science imaging, all of that will be made available through the planetary data system and archived.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take a few more from
Finally
the phone.
found it.
Next is Alejandro Turnbull with Space Scout.
Hi, congratulations everyone on a fantastic.
Yeah, we do need to arc raid soon. Well, the Artemis thing is over, so I'm off my Artemis arc. We can probably do it like it's Friday. We can probably do it next week.
Just wondering if you could speak a little to what
We could do next week.
Thank you.
Yeah, not knowing
Uh-oh.
the video that you're referring to.
See?
Spacecraft.
My auto mod agrees with me.
On our main parachutes, we do a reorientation to ensure that the robust structural portion of the spacecraft contacts the water first. And so I suspect that the clues you were seeing were the module.
The next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
First, I'd like to say just not congratulations, but I think this is just one of the most spectacular missions NASA has ever accomplished. And a lot of people compare this to Apollo.
Having some trouble loading the VAB right now?
There is no comparison to what has been done with the Orion spacecraft and the technology from our European Space Agency partners. I was there for
doing our graders act. Sure.
broadcast journalist today. But my question to each of you, what was your wow moment?
Your wow moment.
You're kind of lonely over there.
I didn't hear the question. Yep.
Just picking on something.
Did we crash? Nope.
Well, being a guy from the Kennedy Space Center,
Just loading this big ass ship. All right, we're
see all
gonna
those umbilicals clear.
save this.
See in the tower, and have that rocket rise off the pad was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, man.
All right. I know Victor always says touchdown, getting onto the water. For me, the greatest moment was the parachutes. The main chutes deploying. I think seeing that, I was chanting "Go, go, go" by myself. Somebody shot a video of that. I think I was going crazy, but I just kept saying that as the drogues came out. But when the mains came out and they started slowly inflating, I mean, that was just a tremendous moment. Like I said, objective number one is get the crew home. And I know there's all kinds of things that can happen after that, but having those mains and getting the vehicle to 16 miles per hour from 24,600 miles per hour is pretty amazing. And getting those chutes down was a great moment.
I'm going to vote for the naming of the 2 craters as my top moment.
I know it's all still fresh, so for me, I'm probably going to say 2 things. When the crew, when Reed reported back, 4 crew green after splashdown, that's what we hoped for, right? So that was pretty awesome. And then when they started, we saw Christina come out of the capsule. Then I was like, okay, we're here.
Okay, we'll take. Oh, sorry, I'm at.
No, it's okay. Mine's easy.
She oped.
It'll be tomorrow when I see my friends again.
All right, one more from the phone and then back into the room. So the phone question will come from Russell Pounds from Pacific Rim Media.
Hi, this is Russell calling from Alaska today. Congratulations to all. I'll tell you, there were tears of joy in the room here when we were watching. My question is about logistics. I'm thinking about all of the moving parts it takes to bring food, power, telecom, and so forth on a complicated mission. What were some of the logistics lessons learned that might be useful to organizations back here on Earth?
Yeah, I think a good start. I mean, it's incredibly challenging to get to plan for a mission like this. Even though Orion's a pretty big spacecraft, making sure we have everything we need. We think we count through contingencies. We lose systems sometimes. We worry about that. We want to make sure we have everything ready to go. I will tell you though that just having thought about this for a while, the logistics of flying a 10-day mission, even this far away, pales in comparison to the logistics of keeping crew on space station constantly going. So I would say that a lot of our logistics learnings have been derived from that. That's not just consumables and water and gas, et cetera, but it's also thinking about the reliability of the systems and when they're going to fail. It's hard to predict sometimes, how to do that, sparing the machine and making sure we have everything pre-positioned in the event that we have failures. That comes from a lot of learning, both pre-flight and in-flight. And so, but in-space logistics is going to be a huge challenge for us going forward as we really contemplate a moon base, but hopefully we'll be able to feed forward, lessons from obviously this mission, but I think from Space Station Together as we build that moon base.
Okay, we'll take a few more here in the room. We'll go in the middle there.
Hi, Jishnu Nair, Houston Business Journal. Echoing congratulations on a great mission. While we were following along, we had a lot of voices from the space industry, especially here in Houston, kind of chime in and express their support and as well. And I know that a lot of those companies are working on specific NASA proposals or submissions, but in general, how would you say you'd like to see the industry kind of respond to the kind of achievement that NASA has done here and hopes to continue with Artemis?
I'll take the first stab on that one. How I'd like to see industry respond is to take this as not just the inspiration, but the challenge. You've heard that we really want to speed up our cadence and be able to return our crew back to space within a year and to the surface of the moon in 2 years. In fact, hopefully land on the moon twice in 2028. In order to do that, we're not going to be able to do that alone. We need all of industry to work and come along with us, and they need to accept that challenge and come with us and really start the production lines that are going to be required in order to achieve that goal.
Okay, let's hear in the white hat.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. I just have some words of recognition for you all and the entire Artemis team. What you have done this week is remind the people of Earth that wonder is worth chasing, that curiosity is not a luxury, it is the most human thing we have. You didn't just test a spacecraft, you tested mankind's potential and carried all of us with you in the process. Every kid who looked up at the moon this week did it differently because of you. People who needed something to believe in found it in that splashdown tonight. So thank you, not just for the data, and not just for the mission, but for proving that the pursuit of what's possible is still alive and well. We are so grateful.
Thank you for that.
Very well said. Thank you for that. I would tell you that, for everybody listening, this is the taxpayers' program. The people paid for this. The people invested in this. They invested in all of the things that we do, and so we're grateful for the support.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions and then we'll go ahead and wrap. We have one here and then further back.
Hello, congrats, Emily Martin from Seattle's Best Friends. Reed Wiseman addressed a shout out to the ESM right after it separated from Orion, saying that it powered their journey on the moon with perfection. I was wondering what comments you might have on the performances of the ESM and on the future of that collaboration with Europe.
Yeah, I would say that you know, the European Service Module in general performed as expected. I know we learned a little bit about the pressurization system, and we'll work on that. But overall, really great part of our spacecraft. Really appreciate our European partnership. We do have continued partnership with them for Artemis 3, 4. We're building ESM 5 as well, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward.
All right, we'll take one final question.
Hi there, Chelsea Torres with Fox. Again, congratulations on a historic mission. Again, test flight, and one thing that we are as humans are explorers. And so I'm curious if you're able to kind of talk about this. During the lunar flyby, we saw the excitement not just from the crew, but also from everyone in mission control. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you, whether it was the Terminator, the certain pictures and data, anything at all that you can speak to that maybe you didn't know before about the lunar surface, our planet, space itself that you'd like to speak about? Thank you.
I'm just going to call out the one thing that I thought was truly unique about this mission. I mean, certainly there's a ton of new things that we've done with having our crew observe far side of the moon and being able to observe these features after their incredible training. But I'll tell you, the one thing that really stands out to me is being able to watch our crew observe an eclipse by having the moon passing between their spacecraft and the sun. That was a totally unique experience and something that I was so proud that we could all participate and travel along with them and experience that moment.
What the fuck is going on with my staging?
All right, that's all the time we have today. Thank you very much to our participants today and to all of you for following along. You can find the latest information about our missions on nasa.gov and hopefully soon information about the expected arrival time of the crew back in Houston tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Pretty good pic of soy pill wearing a shirt with Gay Pride NASA logo on it earlier. Huh. Interesting.
Jupiter system have been able to measure the gravity field of the moon, and what they notice is a very uneven pull of gravity around the surface. That tells us the magma is not evenly distributed. It's probably trapped in localized pockets of molten rock that are created in the areas that experience the largest amount of tidal flexing. So what you end up with are hundreds of separate volcanic engines hidden underground, which means every volcano is going to behave a little differently. Okay, here's another mystery. If volcanoes and plate tectonics aren't creating mountains on Io, then where did this thing come from? This is called Steeple Mountain. At somewhere between 5 and 7 kilometers in height, it's one of the most iconic views associated with Io, mostly because it looks a lot like the spire of a church steeple or the Eye of Sauron. We are able to see such detailed images like these thanks to data collected by NASA's Juno spacecraft, which arrived at Jupiter in 2016 on a 5-year mission to study the atmosphere of the gas giant. After completing that goal, Juno was repurposed to investigate the 4 Galilean moons. The probe completed 2 close flybys of Io, the first in December 2023 and a second in February 2024, coming within 1,500 kilometers of the surface. What Juno saw out there is possibly the most unique landscape in our solar system. It quickly found that Steeple is actually just one of many tall, spiky mountains dotted around the surface of Io. The tallest of them rises 18 kilometers, or about double the height of Mount Everest. And what's really interesting is that unlike Everest, these structures on Io are all just kind of lone wolves. There are no dense groupings or mountain ranges to be found, just these seemingly random peaks stabbing straight up into the air. That tells us that these mountains did not form slowly over time. Instead, they burst from the ground suddenly, like an alien from a guy's chest in that movie Alien. Now, we're pretty sure that this is all still linked to volcanic activity, just in a very unusual way. So earlier we talked about how the lava flow tends to cause the surface of Io to collapse and form these giant lakes. The idea is that this downward pressure into the surface actually causes a nearby area of rock to get pushed up. Imagine if every time a sinkhole opened on the Earth, a new mountain just sprung up right beside it. That is kind of what we're looking at here. The result would be unlike any mountain you've ever seen before, and this is the kind of bizarre natural process that has been playing out on Io for billions of years, with the surface in a constant state of rise and fall thanks to the relentless pull of Jupiter's gravity. Sadly, though, these images could be the last we ever see of Io. With NASA's Juno spacecraft slowly running out of fuel, it's set to be replaced by 2 new robotic explorers of the Jupiter system. One is called JUICE, which stands for the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. It was made by the European Space Agency and launched in 2023. When it arrives at Jupiter in 2031, JUICE will investigate 3 of the Galilean moons, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, looking specifically at their icy surfaces and hidden oceans of liquid water. Then there is NASA's latest deep space probe, the Europa Clipper, which launched in 2024 and will arrive at its destination
I'm
in
so
2030.
excited for the Europa
As you can
Clipper.
probably tell from the name, this mission is directed specifically at the moon Europa and will be primarily looking for signs of alien life in the watery depths below its surface. That leaves Io as the odd one out. There is no probe heading there anytime in the near future, and that's not because Io isn't deeply fascinating in its own right. It's largely because we didn't realize just how interesting the moon was until we saw these Juno images just a couple of years ago. Also, it definitely doesn't have aliens, which automatically drops down the priority level. But priorities are changing at NASA. There is exciting new leadership coming in, there are unprecedented new rocket technologies emerging, and sometime in the not-so-distant future, we could be studying the deep solar system just as thoroughly as we investigate Mars and the moon. Until then, we'll always have Steeple Mountain. What if NASA had colonized Mars in the 1970s? That sounds crazy, but there was a very real plan in place that would have extended the Apollo moon landings all the way to Mars using rocket technology that was available at the time. This was the blueprint for human colonization of the red planet before the end of the 20th century. Let's begin our journey in the 1940s with a vision straight from the mind of Dr. Wernher von Braun, also known as the father of rocket science and the architect behind NASA's Apollo program that landed the first men on the moon. Von Braun got his start in rocketry designing ballistic missiles for the Nazi army in his home country of Germany. Von Braun invented the V-2 rocket, which was the first ever long-range guided missile. And then, following the war, he would be recruited by the United States military and eventually transferred to NASA, where he would serve as the director of the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The United States hired a lot of Nazis back in the late 40s and early 50s, but that's a whole other video. Anyway, in his free time between serving Adolf and Uncle Sam, Wernher von Braun completed a work that would come to be known as Project Mars. This was a 280-page novel that outlined von Braun's plan for a crewed mission to the Red Planet using rocket technology that he was actively developing at the time. Most of the book is just a fictional story about the first crew of people traveling to Mars, kind of like a science fiction novel, except written by an actual genius rocket scientist with a lot of insider knowledge. The story section of the novel is nuts. It's all about a human society in the not-so-distant future that is finally united in the aftermath of a catastrophic Third World War, except world peace is maintained by a giant Death Star-like orbital weapon that instantly obliterates anyone on Earth who steps out of line. I guess you can take the rocket scientist out of the violent fascist regime, but you can't take the violent fascism out of the rocket scientist. Anyway, beyond the Nazis in space fan fiction aspect, von Braun filled the later pages of his book with all the formulas and calculations that would be required to achieve Project Mars. The math was there, written by the same hand that would go on to design the Apollo moon mission, so it feels like a very legitimate blueprint for interplanetary travel. Most importantly, von Braun had all of his ideas illustrated in the most amazing retro-futuristic Technicolor art style that would clearly go on to influence generations of science fiction, from 2001: A Space Odyssey to Star Wars to Elon Musk. I mean, look at von Braun's Mars rocket and then look at Starship. According to Project Mars, the first stage of the mission is to establish a large-scale human presence in low Earth orbit. That means gigantic ring-shaped space stations that rotate slowly to generate artificial gravity and an orbital construction yard where the Mars fleet would be assembled. One of von Braun's most famous rocket designs was the massive Ferry rocket, a fully reusable spaceplane and booster system that would make frequent trips from the Earth's surface, carrying up materials for the orbital construction projects. From orbit, a massive fleet of transport ships, cargo haulers, and Mars landers would be assembled 1,000 miles above the Earth. According to von Braun's design, the crew would live in these big spherical sections of the ships, and each one would be powered by a cluster of liquid-fueled rocket engines supported by the massive network of fuel tanks that made up the body of the vehicle. At the time, von Braun was a big fan of hypergolic propellants, which are chemicals that will self-combust when combined under pressure. It's a very easy way to start a rocket engine in the vacuum of space, and it's still commonly used to this day. The Draco thrusters on a SpaceX Dragon capsule are very small hypergolic rocket engines. Once ready, the Mars fleet would fire their engines to break free from Earth's gravity and insert themselves into a direct trajectory for Mars using the Hohmann transfer window to achieve the shortest distance between the two planets. Von Braun imagined that it would be 260 days or 8.5 months between leaving Earth orbit and entering Mars orbit. When you look at space exploration, progress usually comes from removing failure points, fewer workarounds, better engineering, systems that are precise enough to just work. Now, if you look at most consumer products, their goals are different. It's not about precision, it's about appealing to the broadest set of customers. But what that means is you often get poor system design. So while we have upgraded almost everything else in our lives with better tools, shaving somehow stayed stuck in a disposable plastic system that Canadian companies It's about the approach to Mars' low orbit around Mars. That's over 2 years worth of shaves. On approach to Mars, the ships would turn around and fire their engines again to reduce velocity and settle into a low orbit around Mars of 620 miles above the surface. From here, the Mars lander vehicles would separate from their main engines and fuel tanks to prepare for landing. In von Braun's estimation, these vehicles would function as gliders through the Martian atmosphere and allow the crew to make a controlled, soft touchdown on the planet's surface. After landing, the main body of the vehicle would be separated from its glider wings and brought into a vertical position. And now the crew in their spacesuits would set up their ground station on Mars using supplies that had been brought down in the massive lander vehicle. These first people would explore the planet and begin to establish the first human colony on Mars. With their mission complete, the vertical rockets would blast off from the surface and rejoin the fleet that has been waiting in orbit. With the crew returned to their transport ships, the fleet makes another burn of their rocket engines to set a return trajectory for Earth. Sounds easy enough, right? And in the late 1940s, when this plan was created, everything that we just went over seemed abundantly possible to any well-informed rocket scientist. The biggest problem was that we didn't actually know very much at all about the planet Mars in those days. Even von Braun himself, with all of his genius, was sure that we could find ancient canals of running water, lush vegetation, and lakes on Mars, even an advanced species of aliens. And to be fair, von Braun got most of his assumptions right, but made a couple of fatal mistakes. Aside from there being no life on Mars, there's also virtually zero atmosphere, less than 1% the density of Earth's, so a gigantic glider-winged rocket plane like von Braun imagined as his Mars lander would have never worked in practice. Moving on to the later 1950s, the plan for human spaceflight to Mars was becoming a little more refined, and some cutting-edge new technologies had entered the game. For the United States, this was the dawn of the atomic age. Nuclear energy had finally been harnessed to generate electricity, and people at the time started to believe that nuclear power would become this unlimited energy source that could power America into the space age. Of course, rocket scientists were already looking at this technology as a way to power spaceships on long-duration flights into deep space. Let's bring in some designs by atomic scientist Dr. Ernst Stuhlinger. He was a close colleague of Wernher von Braun and a fellow Nazi-turned-US government asset. Stuhlinger had updated von Braun's Project Mars concept for the atomic era. He replaced the hypergolic chemical rocket ships from von Braun's illustrations with his own nuclear electric spacecraft. Stuhlinger's Mars plan was so highly regarded that it ended up on American TV in 1957. Walt Disney had a weekly television program back in the day called Disneyland, which was an anthology series that covered all kinds of different topics. Disney wanted to feature the planets of the solar system in an episode titled Mars and Beyond, so they drew up all of these wild animations that imagined what aliens from Mercury, Mars, and Venus might look like. It's awesome and super creative and really just shows how curious people of the time were about the nature of the solar system. Anyway, to add in a more grounded take on interplanetary exploration, Disney featured a segment with von Braun and Stuhlinger, where they showed off models and illustrations of Stuhlinger's atomic electric Mars transport, explaining how the human journey to Mars would play out. Much like in Project Mars, the components and materials of the giant nuclear ship would be transported into space by the chemical-fueled ferry rocket, where they would be assembled at an orbital construction yard. At its widest point, the nuclear electric ship would be 500 feet across, and it would carry a separate Mars landing vehicle along with it. At the bottom of the ship's long central pillar is the nuclear reactor. By the process of nuclear fission or splitting the atom, the reactor will generate a constant supply of thermal energy. That heat will boil a reservoir of silicone oil into steam that will travel up the central pipe and drive a turbine generator, which will convert the rotational energy into electricity that will power the entire ship. The giant circular panel at the top of the craft will function as a condenser that traps the steam and cools it back to a liquid state so that it can be reused in the atomic generator over and over again. The ship's main engine is located halfway down the main pillar. It would have a platinum metal grid that would be electrically charged with energy from the steam turbine. Then, Vaporized particles of the metallic element cesium would be blown into the ultra-hot grid, which would ionize the cesium atoms and create an electric field that blasted the atoms out into space at high velocity. This will create thrust to move the spaceship in the opposite direction of the particle flow. It would be a relatively low amount of thrust, but the efficiency of the electrical engine would allow it to continuously operate for the entire duration of the flight. This is pretty much the same way that modern ion thrusters operate on our existing space probes and satellites, so credit to Stuhlinger for nailing the technology 70 years ago. At the top of the ship, in the center of the condenser circle, is the cargo space and crew quarters for up to 20 passengers. Mounted on the front side of the ion engine is the Mars landing craft. Once the main ship settles into Mars orbit, the lander will release and fire its engine for a descent into the Mars atmosphere. Here's another area where Stuhlinger improved on von Braun's design. Instead of a glider, the Mars lander will deploy a giant parachute. This is a much more effective air brake, but still not enough to land softly in the Martian atmosphere, so before touching down, the main rocket motors will fire a landing burn, just like a SpaceX Falcon 9, and slow the craft for a safe landing. This combination of parachute and propulsive touchdown is the same method that NASA used with their most recent Mars lander. Once the landing party has completed their surface exploration, they return to the lander and blast off in an ascent module that is built into the top of the vehicle. This is essentially the same method used by Apollo astronauts to lift off from the surface of the moon. Using the nuclear electric thruster, the journey to Mars would be much longer than with a high-thrust chemical burn. We're looking at 13 months in transit. It's going to take 4 months just to build up enough velocity to escape Earth's gravity, then 7 months to reach Mars, and then 2 months just to slow down and settle into Mars's orbit. Stuhlinger imagined that a fleet of 6 nuclear ships would embark on this odyssey into deep space, and again, at this time, no one was really sure what we might find on the surface of Mars. There could be anything from low-level vegetation to lizards and insects to the ruins of a long-dead civilization. They had no way to know for sure, but they were determined to find out by sending people to the Red Planet. Now, Stuhlinger's technology was pretty sound, and most of his plans still hold up in the modern day, the biggest flaw being the extremely slow transit time of over 1 year just to arrive at Mars. We know now that this is far too long to expose people to the microgravity environment and cosmic radiation of outer space, so that was a problem, but the ideas presented in Mars and Beyond were moving in the right direction. Moving on to the 1960s, and things are going spectacularly well at NASA's human spaceflight program. Mercury and Gemini were successful at getting the first Americans into space, reaching orbital velocity and conducting extravehicular spacewalks. The Apollo program is moving ahead at full steam, and our pal Wernher von Braun is putting the finishing touches on his Saturn V rocket that will power the first men to the moon and bring them home again. This is the high water mark for human spaceflight, and NASA is already turning their attention to the next step beyond Apollo. They want to send people to the planet Mars, and they want to do it sometime in the early 1980s. This led to a new wave of Mars mission proposals. Everyone wanted in on the action. Even the Ford Motor Company submitted their own proposal for a Mars transportation system. We are going to focus specifically right now on a white paper from the Boeing Aerospace Division in 1968. This is probably the most legitimate mission design, coming from a company that was already heavily involved in the spaceflight program and would continue to be for the decades to follow. What Boeing brought to the party was a design for a nuclear thermal rocket propulsion stage. This is a much different beast to the nuclear electric ion thruster that we talked about earlier. We have the same idea with the nuclear fission reactor, but instead of using the heat to make steam and then using the steam to make electricity and all that, we just take the red-hot nuclear reactor core and pump liquid hydrogen fuel right into it.
Okay.
At ultra-cold cryogenic temperatures, hydrogen is converted into a liquid state. This densifies the atoms and creates a highly energetic propellant. Von Braun had just figured out how to cryogenically liquefy both hydrogen and oxygen for the propulsion system of his Saturn V. This unlocked significantly more power than his previous hypergolic fuel sources. Anyway, once this densified liquid hydrogen hits the superhot nuclear reactor, it's going to rapidly expand back into a low-density gas, which is then channeled out through the engine nozzle as exhaust and creates thrust. So this is like halfway in between a conventional rocket engine and an electric ion thruster, providing an ideal combination of both thrust and efficiency. And this nuclear rocket technology is something that NASA was already developing under Project Nerva. Boeing's interplanetary spacecraft concept fixed the last major problem with sending a crew to Mars. According to their calculation at the time, it would take less than 200 days to reach orbit around Mars. Getting back again would be a much slower process due to the majority of the propellant stages being used up on the outbound trip. You're still looking at around 600 days of total travel time, give or take a few weeks depending on the year of the launch, but that's pretty good. Much like the previous Mars ships we looked at, the Boeing interplanetary spacecraft would need to be assembled in orbit, with the 5 nuclear propulsion modules being so gigantic that each one would require a Saturn V rocket equipped with 4 additional side boosters just to reach orbit. Like most rockets, the majority of this structure is being taken up by engines and fuel tanks, so it's just the very top section that contains the 3 crew modules. In the middle is the mission module. This is the primary crew quarters for the journey to Mars and back. It's a cylindrical pressure vessel that is divided into 4 decks and can support a crew of 6 people. At the top of the stack is the Mars excursion module. This vehicle has a descent stage for landing on Mars and ascent stage for returning to the main ship. The Mars excursion module would support a crew of 3 people for a 30-day exploration of the Martian surface. At the bottom of the stack is the Earth entry module. This one is only used to get the full crew of 6 people back down to Earth on the very last day of the mission. It works just like every other Earth reentry capsule with a heat shield and a parachute system. So here's the mission profile. Once the full vehicle is assembled and ready to go in Earth orbit, it is going to fire up 1 massive departure burn from the first stage engines. This consists of 3 nuclear propulsion modules burning in unison. That is going to provide all of the thrust required to reach Mars very quickly. Then, on approach to Mars, the rocket is going to flip around and fire up the second stage, which is just a single nuclear propulsion module, and that is going to provide the velocity change needed for an orbital insertion. From here, the 3-person landing party transfers into the Mars execution module and separates from the main vehicle. The excursion module has a main engine that will perform the deorbit burn to bring it down through the Mars atmosphere. At that point, it's going to deploy a main parachute that slows down as much as possible before the descent stage engines fire up for the landing burn and soft touchdown. After spending 30 days on Mars, the crew will leave the descent stage behind and return in the ascent stage of the module. This uses 4 side boosters to get off the ground, which are then separated, and the Stage 2 ascent engine takes the module into orbit to meet back up with the main ship. Now all that's left is to fire up that final nuclear engine and perform a departure burn to return to Earth. On arrival, the Earth entry module will separate and come back down for a splashdown, landing in the ocean. So that all sounds like a pretty solid plan. It would be a massive undertaking and would be incredibly difficult to pull off. I mean, 5 launches of the gigantic and fully expendable Saturn V just to make one also fully expendable interplanetary spacecraft. That's a lot of resources spent on one vehicle that may or may not have succeeded. But everything we just went through should have at least been possible even with 1970s technology. So why did NASA never send people to Mars? Well, the short answer is that there was no single reason, just a perfect storm of them. By the early 1970s, John F. Kennedy and the political momentum behind Apollo were gone. The country had shifted leadership, the Vietnam War was consuming attention and resources, public excitement around space exploration had faded, and NASA was receiving a much smaller share of the federal budget than it had at the height of the moon race. That reality left NASA at a crossroads. On President Richard Nixon's desk sat 2 competing visions for America's future in space. One was an expansion of Apollo that could eventually lead to human missions to Mars. The other was the development of a reusable spacecraft that promised cheaper, more frequent access to orbit, the space shuttle. There wasn't enough money to do both, and in that decision, the course of human spaceflight was set for the next half-century. This is the final space probe to ever land on the planet Venus. It's actually the last one in a long line of attempts made by the Soviet Union to explore the most dangerous place in our solar system. This is what the Soviets found when they landed on Venus, and why they never went back. The real mystery of Venus is how it can be so fundamentally similar to the Earth and yet so catastrophically different. While Mars tends to get all of the attention right now in the 21st century, back in the early days of the space race, there was actually much more interest in studying Venus. And that's mostly because we can easily observe the surface of Mars through high-powered telescopes on Earth. So we already had a pretty good idea that there wasn't a whole lot going on over there. But Venus, on the other hand, has always managed to hide its secrets. All that we can see from Earth is an impenetrable cover of thick clouds. Those clouds might obstruct our view, but they also tell us something very important. It means that the planet must have a dense atmosphere, much more similar to Earth than Mars. And since Venus is even closer to the sun than Earth, it must be warm down there, which at the time captivated the imagination of those of us on Earth. Our closest relative could be a lush tropical rainforest brimming with alien insects and reptiles. Now, even in 1960, that was still just a theory. More plausible than life on Mars, but still not widely regarded by the scientific community of the day. The famous astronomer Carl Sagan had already popularized the notion that the unbreaking cloud cover of Venus was more likely to be the result of a greenhouse effect that had gone wildly out of control and superheated the planet, meaning that the world below the clouds would be nothing more than a scorched hellscape. But there was only one way to find out. As with all of the early milestones in the space race, the Soviet Union was the first to make an attempt to study Venus up close. The year was 1961, and the Soviets had already taken a dominating lead over the United States by sending the first satellite into orbit with Sputnik. Then they launched the first person into space with Yuri Gagarin. They'd even been the first to send a probe to the moon with Luna 2. And since Venus is the next closest object beyond the moon, sending a probe there as well would have been an obvious next step. At the time, these early space missions weren't as much about the science and discovery as they were about being the first to achieve a historic milestone. If we learn some interesting stuff about space along the way, that's great, but propaganda and political gains reigned supreme in the Cold War era. With their aim set clearly on adding Venus to a growing list of accomplishments, the Soviets built two probes, Venera 1 and Venera 2. This was a common procedure in the first decades of space exploration to launch missions in pairs because there was still a very high likelihood that one of them was going to fail. You have to appreciate the ambition of these primitive interplanetary flights. With nothing more than a calculator to guide them, the Russian engineers strapped a rocket engine to their probe, loaded it on top of a ballistic missile called the R-7, and set course for Venus. Then they let it rip and hoped for the best. The good news is that both probes were able to fly within 100,000 kilometers of Venus. The bad news is that both probes experienced a full system failure before reaching their destination, and therefore no usable data was returned. While the Soviets went back to the drawing board, NASA pressed on with their own Venus mission. In 1962, the Americans succeeded where the Soviets had failed. NASA's Mariner 2 probe flew within 35,000 kilometers of Venus and completed the first close-up observation of another planet. During a 42-minute scan of Venus, Mariner 2 gathered significant data on the Venetian atmosphere. What they found was troubling. The data confirmed Sagan's theory about the greenhouse effect, with temperatures measured up to 459 degrees Fahrenheit or 237 degrees Celsius, which is double the boiling point of water, and that's just what they could measure from orbit. Mariner 2 also found that there was an incredibly tall cloud layer that extended 80 kilometers above the surface, which on Earth would be the equivalent of clouds stretching all the way from the ground to the edge of space. and those clouds were still able to keep the surface of Venus shrouded in mystery, but it was safe to say that there couldn't possibly be anything alive down there. Based on this data, NASA largely decided to pass on further exploration of Venus in the short term, considering it an environment totally inhospitable for either man or machine. They switched focus to the Moon and Mars. The Soviets were less convinced. They felt like they were on the cusp of a monumental discovery, and with the US bowing out, it was theirs for the taking. They refocused their efforts to prepare for the second wave of Venera probes, but they had no idea just how bad things were about to get. Artificial intelligence isn't just changing the way we work, it's changing the way we think. The same kind of revolutionary technology that took us to orbit, mapped the stars, and built rockets that land themselves is now transforming every field on Earth. The question is, are you learning how to use it? That's why I've partnered with Outskill, who are hosting a free 2-day live AI mastermind training this weekend. It's a hands-on experience where you'll learn directly from experts at Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA, and Google. People who've helped build the foundations of the AI program, first 1,000 exclusive your own. This is now using the link in the description and step into the next great leap in human innovation, AI. The year is 1966, and we are already looking at an entirely different space race. The Americans have caught up, and landing people on the moon has become the top priority for both nations. But that doesn't mean the Soviets have forgotten about Venus. They've actually spent these 4 years building a bigger and tougher spacecraft for Venera 3 and 4. It's now weighing in at over 900 kilograms, up from about 650 on the previous generation. These new probes are equipped with a variety of instruments like a barometer, a radar altimeter, gas analyzers, thermometers, and a detachable pod that would serve as a descent module. The idea was that the descent module would parachute down through the Venetian atmosphere and take readings about the composition, temperature, and pressure all the way down to the surface. In reality, things got a little complicated. Venera 3 experienced another system failure along the way, but the Soviets' aim was true, so the probe still managed to hit Venus like a cannonball. This became the first man-made object to ever crash into another planet. The USSR actually scored a hat trick on impacting near-Earth bodies. They were the first to crash land on the Moon, Venus, and Mars. There's a lesson in there probably. If you're gonna fail, do it historically. Anyways, Venera 4 in 1967 was the closest yet to a success story. The probe made it all the way to Venus with all systems go and dropped the capsule down into the Venetian atmosphere. From here, the descent module deployed its parachutes and drifted slowly down towards the surface. This was the first spacecraft to ever collect measurements inside the atmosphere of another planet. Data returned by the probe showed something very interesting. At high altitudes, the atmosphere of Venus is very similar to Earth on a warm summer day, a perfectly hospitable environment. But the lower the probe gets, the more extreme the climate becomes, not only ramping up in temperature, but in atmospheric pressure as well. Much like diving deep into the ocean, which is a strange concept to wrap your head around, the air is not only thick, but it's really heavy as well. It gets so bad that after 90 minutes of slow descent, transmission from the probe goes dead. It's widely believed that the capsule was simply crushed like a beer can by the weight of the planet's atmosphere. With this new information, the Soviets were nearly certain that their remaining Venera 5 and 6 probes of the same design would have no chance of reaching the surface intact. But they launched them anyway, with back-to-back missions in January 1969. At this point in the decade, the Americans had already flown a crew into orbit around the moon and were preparing to take the first steps on the lunar surface. The Soviets knew they weren't going to be able to match that, but maybe if this Venus exploration works out and they can discover something amazing on the surface, then they might still have an achievement that keeps them competitive in the space race. But success would not come easy. Both Venera probes recorded less than an hour of data each before meeting the same crushing fate as their predecessor. And yet the Soviet Union was not discouraged in their efforts. They would simply build even bigger and even stronger probes, and they would try again. For their next round of Venera landing attempts, number 7 and 8, the Soviets made 2 key modifications to the probe design. For one, the descent module was now built with a thicker outer shell of steel to resist the atmospheric pressure. And 2, the inside of the probe was reinforced with an internal sphere of titanium to protect instruments from the heat and additional padding around the sphere to soften the blow from impact. Which was a smart choice, because when Venera 7's parachute deployed on August 17th, 1970, it didn't last very long. The material somehow got ripped or it just straight up melted, but either way, the landing module ended up dropping like a rock, reaching a terminal velocity of 61 kilometers per hour before bouncing off the Venetian surface. Based on that transmission, the observers back on Earth assumed that they were looking at yet another failure to reach the surface alive, but this was not the case. Even with a busted up antenna, the lander was sending back information, and what Venera 7 found would confirm scientists' worst fears. The temperature recorded at the surface showed 475 degrees Celsius, or roughly 900 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the same as the inside of a wood-fired pizza oven and far too hot for any machine to operate reliably. And yet the Soviets were undeterred. At this point, what did they have to lose? The Americans had already planted their flag on the moon. That race was won. But the Soviets were still left with other opportunities to make their mark on history. They could be the first to make game-changing discoveries on Venus about the origins of life and the universe. They could even be the first to land on Mars. This is the direction the Soviet Union would pivot with their space program in the 1970s: interplanetary exploration. In 1971, they launched a probe that would achieve the first ever soft touchdown on the surface of Mars. The lander only operated for about 20 seconds before going completely dead, but it was still a major accomplishment. Then, in 1972, they would return to Venus yet again with Venera 8. Miraculously, this probe would not face any technical difficulties along the way. The descent module parachuted down softly onto the planet's surface with all of its instruments intact and recorded data for nearly 1 hour. So by now we know that in addition to the extreme temperature, the air pressure on the surface of Venus is the equivalent of 92 times the atmosphere on Earth, which is the same as being 1 kilometer underwater. And if that wasn't enough, the lower atmosphere is filled with sulfuric acid. That's the stuff inside a car battery. Now, you would think all of this confirmed knowledge would finally deter even the most die-hard engineers, but the Soviet Union just didn't believe in quitting, not when they were this close to cementing their legacy as the first interplanetary explorers. So they aimed their sights right back at Venus, because Venera 8 revealed one last fact that was just too good to pass up. Even with the dense cloud cover, there was still enough sunlight reaching the surface of Venus to take a photograph. And if successful, that could be the first ever picture taken on another planet. For Venera 9, the Soviets made a fundamental change to the probe's design, and you can tell there's something different just by looking at it. The descent capsule itself has of course been beefed up yet again. We are now tipping the scales at nearly 5 metric tons, or around the weight of a fully grown African elephant. But the standout features have to do with a new landing procedure. Given everything that they now know about Venus, the Soviets want to keep their probe's exposure to the environment as minimal as possible, and they also learned that even after being dropped accidentally and plummeting hundreds of meters, Venera 7 still managed to function. So what happens if we just drop the probe intentionally? And this is what's going on with those 2 rings. At the bottom is actually the landing gear or impact ring, just a flat metal circle connected to the main body by a series of shock absorber legs. And at the top is the new aero brake. It's how they land on Venus with no parachute required. This thing that looks like a weird hat is all you really need to get the speed of the probe down low enough for a safe landing. That is putting the incredibly thick atmosphere of Venus to work, because it actually behaves more like water than it does like any air you've ever experienced. But what about those cameras? Well, this is the first photograph ever taken of Venus. It was captured on black and white film by Venera 9 in 1975. What we are looking at is a field of broken, jagged rocks surrounded by a sand-like material. It's not exactly breathtaking. The photo is only interesting because it was taken on Venus, but still very cool. And this is the view from Venera 10, an identical lander that arrived just a few days later. Now we are seeing flat ground with hardly any of those chunks of rock, just the smooth top of what was probably once an ancient lava flow. Venera 11 and 12 were less eventful missions. They failed to return any interesting photographs due to lens cap failures. This was one of the tricks with Venus. You have to protect the camera on the way down, or it will melt prematurely, but then you have to rely on an automated system to reveal the lens, and it didn't always work. But then we get to Venera 13, an unlucky number, but a highly successful mission in the year 1981. This probe returned the first ever color photo of the Venetian surface. Again, the surface around the lander is just flat, sandy rock, but you can see just a touch of landscape beyond. The probe touched down near the edge of a cliff, so you can get a sense of depth that makes it all seem a lot more real and more alien at the same time. Anyway, you can also see the base of the lander again here, and you're probably wondering, what is the deal with those teeth? They look almost purposefully brutalist, but the teeth served an aerodynamic function. Metal fins were added to the outside of the impact ring in an effort to stop the probe from spinning and shaking as it fell, which could lead to rough landings. But that's not all the Venera 13 could do. The probe was also equipped with a drill and surface sampler to analyze the Venetian soil. What it found was a material very similar to a rock that we call tuff on Earth. It's essentially just solidified volcanic ash. Oh, and one more thing, Venera 13 carried a microphone, so we can listen to the sounds of Venus. It's essentially just wind noise and the sound of the probe doing its thing, but again, like the photos, there's something very strange and alien about it. Venera 14 was again pretty near identical. It found another flat plane of these smooth rocks, which were determined to be very similar to thelletic basalt, which is a volcanic rock that makes up most of the Earth's ocean floor. And that was it. That's the last time that a man-made object reached the surface of Venus, and along with it comes the last photograph ever taken of the surface. But what I want to dwell on here is why we never went back. One very obvious reason would be that it's a lot of work and a lot of expense for relatively little payoff. You can send a robot to Mars and it'll last for years. The longest a Venera lander ever survived was about 2 hours. The Venera program came to an end right as the Soviet Union itself was coming to an end. Leadership and priorities changed. Russia went through a tough time in the 1990s. Meanwhile, NASA has just been too sensible to try and reach the surface of Venus. Trying to justify that cost to politicians when you get so little in return is not an argument scientists would easily win. So for now, the surface of Venus remains one of the solar system's greatest mysteries. So close, yet so far away. For the first time in years, SpaceX has taken us inside the development of their Starship lunar lander, the vehicle that will finally return American boots to the surface of the moon in this decade. Or will it? The path to a successful crewed landing on the moon has been long, and people are starting to get impatient. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because this new sense of urgency has lit a fire under SpaceX, and they are about to change everything you think you know about the Artemis moon landing. It all begins with politics. On October 20th, the acting NASA administrator, Sean Duffy, decides that he's going to publicly call out SpaceX and threaten to cancel their moon landing contract on a CNBC television show called Squawk Box. He tells the host, "I love SpaceX. It's an amazing company. The problem is they are behind. They've pushed their timelines out, and we are in a race against China." This is mostly true, and there is a very real possibility that Chinese astronauts are going to land on the moon before NASA. But it's also not entirely a SpaceX problem, because the whole Artemis program is actually behind schedule. The first uncrewed test flight of NASA's SLS moon rocket and Orion capsule lifted off November 2022, and this came after 11 years of development at Boeing and Lockheed Martin. The SLS and Orion were then supposed to launch for a second time in 2024. This flight would take a crew of 3 on a trip around the moon and then back again. That hasn't happened yet and is tentatively scheduled to launch in the first half of 2026, but there's no indication of how feasible that timeline actually is. Meanwhile, over at
That's interesting hearing after we watched the splashdown today.
At SpaceX, they've been developing their Starship for about 5 years now, and in that time have launched a combined total of 22 test flights, many of which have included the successful liftoff and even landing of the most powerful rocket ever made. So Duffy is throwing stones in a glass house already, but he continued to raise the stakes, telling CNBC, "The president and I want to get to the moon in this president's term, so I'm gonna open up the contract. I'm gonna let other space companies compete with SpaceX like Blue Origin." What he's talking about here is the contract that NASA awarded to SpaceX in 2021, which the Jeff Bezos-owned Blue Origin also competed for and lost with their Blue Moon proposal. SpaceX was promised $2.9 billion to develop a Starship variant called HLS. That's the Human Landing System. And this would be used to transport American astronauts to the surface of the moon on the Artemis 3 mission, which at the time was aiming to launch in 2024, then was pushed back to 2026, and right now they are still hoping for some time in the middle of 2027. But as the acting administrator, what Duffy is alluding to here is that this is not feeling very realistic either. Anyway, in a move that would surprise no one, Elon Musk didn't take kindly to those remarks and immediately jumped on his social media platform X to start throwing insults at Sean Duffy, calling him a dangerously stupid, unqualified dummy who is trying to kill NASA. For those of us unfamiliar with Mr. Duffy, he's a former competitive lumberjack who appeared on MTV's The Real World television show in 1997. Then he became a lawyer, then started his career as a Republican politician in the state of Wisconsin. Then, after a decade of that, he resigned from the government and started hosting another TV show, this time on Fox News, until he was chosen by President Trump to become the US Secretary of Transportation. Then in July 2025, he started serving double duty and added acting NASA administrator to his resume. So Elon might have a point there. Not that it really matters either way, because in the wake of this chaos, President Trump has just brought in a new candidate to take over as the head of NASA. It's actually the same candidate that he had before. Back in January 2025, billionaire jet fighter pilot, astronaut, and spacewalker Jared Isaacman, who also happens to be a guy that Elon Musk really likes, but Donald Trump expressed some pretty serious doubts about back in the spring. Coincidentally, right around the time that he was in the middle of a very public feud with Elon Musk. Now, as fascinating as it is to see Jared back in the political game, the most important thing to come out of this whole ordeal has been a comprehensive new update from SpaceX on the progress of their lunar Starship. Think of it like showing their receipts, proof that the company is living up to Elon Musk's recent claim that SpaceX is moving like lightning compared to the rest of the space industry. But this update is also hinting at an even bolder claim made by Musk in retaliation to Mr. Duffy, writing, "Starship will end up doing the whole moon mission. Mark my words." So the first thing that SpaceX really wants you to know is that there are actually two paths that Starship development is going down right now. One has been very public, but the other has been unfolding in secret until now. Path 1 is the core Starship system. That's what we've been watching launch and land and explode for the past 2 years. None of this is being done so that SpaceX can go land on the moon. The core Starship mission is about going to Mars. That's the driving force behind everything we've seen so far. So when we hear that NASA is giving SpaceX $3 billion, this is not what the money is being used for. That is all self-funded by SpaceX. Now, there are a lot of new technologies that are being developed for the core Starship system that will be transferable to other non-Mars applications. This is called Path 2, the lander, also known as the HLS or Lunar Starship. SpaceX has been working on this project since 2022, and in that time, they've completed 49 project milestones related to developing the subsystems, infrastructure, and operations needed to land astronauts on the moon. This is where the NASA funding has gone, and they only receive small portions of these $3 billion when they complete each milestone. SpaceX also says that the vast majority of these have been achieved on time or ahead of schedule. So here is what they've been up to. SpaceX has built a full-scale model for the interior of the Lunar Starship cabin. That's the space where astronauts will live on the moon. and they've been using that model to test life support, temperature, and humidity control systems with multiple people inside the cabin. Now, we're not exactly sure where that test model is located. We know that SpaceX has an old mock-up of a lunar Starship nose cone stashed in a parking lot at Starbase, but that's probably not what they're talking about here, and that's not the only big thing they've been hiding from us. Because SpaceX has also been using another full-scale model of the entire HLS to do drop testing. This is done specifically to test the landing legs on simulated moon soil and study how the feet of the legs interact with the ground. So somewhere out there is a full-sized Starship with landing legs, and they've been picking up and dropping on a fake moon. That's what we haven't seen. But one thing we have seen before is this test rig for the airlock and elevator. This was done in partnership with Axiom, who are making the lunar spacesuits, and that's allowed the potential crew members to practice using the elevator and moving from the airlock to the surface of the moon in a fully pressurized suit identical to what they'll use on the real mission. Then there's the Starship Fuel Depot. This is another variant of the main vehicle that's being developed alongside the HLS. The fuel depot is also a big part of the Mars mission, but it includes a lot of the same design elements as HLS. For example, they are both painted white. That's done to reflect as much sunlight as possible and help to keep what's inside the ship nice and cool. Only the depot will have rocket fuel inside, not people. But in many ways, that's even more difficult because liquid oxygen and liquid methane need to be held at temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius, or else they start to boil away. So the depot ship ends up using a lot of the same power generation and temperature control systems that will serve astronauts on the moon. SpaceX has been running small-scale propellant transfer tests, but a full-scale transfer of cryogenic fuel from one spaceship to another has never actually been attempted before by anyone. Another important test that SpaceX is working on is with Starship's docking adapter. This is how the lander and the Orion capsule will meet up in lunar orbit and allow people to move between the two vehicles. They've also done a lunar landing throttle test with Starship's Raptor rocket engines, basically running the engine through a moon landing scenario and controlling the thrust to simulate a soft touchdown. Alongside that, there have also been Raptor cold start tests where they use the ultra-cold cryogenic rocket fuel to essentially deep freeze the engine and simulate the conditions after spending a long duration just frozen in space, and then they make sure that the engine can still fire back up and run as expected. Then there's micrometeoroid and orbital debris impact testing. SpaceX is taking the materials that they're going to use for the HLS exterior, like the body panels and the windows, and they shoot at it to see how well it's going to hold up against impacts in space or on the moon. They also do this under harsh thermal conditions to simulate the extreme heat and cold that the ship is going to encounter along the way, just to make sure that the material is strong enough at any temperature. Another important part of this system is going to be the software that will autonomously locate a safe landing site on the moon and guide the Starship down to the surface. That includes testing the actual flight computers that the landing software will run on, along with all of the cameras, sensors, and radar that's going to help the computer guide itself in. At the same time, they need a robust communication system that uses radio frequencies to communicate with the Earth while in flight. Then there's the medical system. There won't be a doctor on board the lunar Starship, so if any medical emergency comes up, then that's also going to need a very robust communication system with doctors back on Earth. All of that combined equals a lot of work that's been going on mostly behind the scenes over at SpaceX. But what comes next? Well, that's where things get weird. In their update, SpaceX writes, Starship continues to simultaneously be the fastest path to returning humans to the surface of the moon and a core enabler of the Artemis program's goal to establish a permanent, sustainable presence on the lunar surface. Since the contract was awarded, we have been consistently responsive to NASA as requirements for Artemis 3 have changed and have shared ideas on how to simplify the mission to align with national priorities. In response to the latest calls, we've shared and are formally assessing a simplified mission architecture and concept of operations that we believe will result in a faster return to the moon while simultaneously improving crew safety. As for what they mean by a simplified mission architecture, that's hard to say exactly because looking at the Starship system as a whole, it does not lend itself to simplicity. It's built from the ground up to be insane. So I think back to Elon's post on X, Starship will end up doing the whole moon mission. What he really has in mind is simplifying the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft out of existence. That means launching the crew on Starship, landing on the moon, and bringing them back, all in one vehicle. Now, there's one thing that the lunar Starship can't do, which is land on Earth. That's because it doesn't have a heat shield or wings, and trying to add those now would basically nullify a lot of the work that's already been done. But it could always use that docking port to link up with a Dragon capsule in orbit, and we know that those can safely bring people down from space. They could also launch a Dragon to start the mission and just link up with a Starship in Earth orbit too. When you think about it, SpaceX already has most of the things that would be required to do a moon landing all on their own, basically turning a project with 3 major contractors into just one. And that would definitely be a simplified mission architecture. Now, either way, I wouldn't have expected that to be a plan that NASA would ever go for until Trump brought Jared Isaacman back into the picture. With him in charge, SpaceX is going to have a lot more room to do things the way they want to do them. And as for Trump, all he cares about is a moon landing before his term as president is over. I don't think he's picky, even if Elon did call him a pedophile. It's not like Elon's never done that before. It's one of his go-tos. So 2026 is going to be a big year. We hopefully see people fly pretty close to the moon on Artemis 2, and we are probably going to get a real answer on how they will eventually land on the moon with Artemis 3. Unfortunately, though, there will probably still be a lot of politics along the way.
Let's see.
The planet Jupiter is not what you think. Almost everyone is wrong about Jupiter because almost everything you were taught in school about this planet is wrong. This is not a giant ball of gas. Jupiter is a liquid planet, and as if that wasn't strange enough, it's actually a liquid metal planet. Beneath those iconic clouds lies one of the deepest mysteries of our solar system. So, let's dive in. This is the first close-up photograph of Jupiter ever taken. It was captured by a NASA spacecraft called Pioneer 11 in the year 1974. And this is the first moving picture of Jupiter. It's a time-lapse of images captured by Voyager 1 as it approached in 1979. Now, the problem with these observations is that beyond looking really cool, they don't provide any answers about the true nature of the gas giant. They only raise more questions, like what is this thing made of, and how did it get so big? The actual size of Jupiter is very difficult to comprehend. Not only is it really big, but it is heavier than the weight of every other planet in the solar system combined. It takes up enough space to fit 1,000 Earths inside. For a more relatable sense of scale here, if the planet Earth was the size of a grape, then Jupiter would be a basketball. Now, our general theory for how the solar system came to be starts with a big disk of rock and metal and gas and dust and stuff, all spinning around the newly formed sun. And then, over millions of years, all of the stuff in that disk keeps smashing together and forming into bigger chunks of stuff. And then, as those chunks get even bigger, gravity starts to kick in and attract even more stuff. So under that theory, Jupiter would have formed when one of those chunks got so big that its gravity started capturing massive amounts of gas that were swirling around inside the disk, and just kept doing that for billions of years until it became what we see today. That makes sense, and if true, would mean that inside Jupiter, there must be a very big and incredibly dense core of solid rock and metal. An alternative theory, just for fun, is that Jupiter actually started its life as a separate gigantic cloud of gas that was sitting just outside of the early solar system. Over time, that cloud got so big that it eventually collapsed under its own gravity and formed into a dense ball of gas. This is pretty much the same way that a star is formed, only stars need a much bigger cloud of gas to get started. So in this case, you just get a really big planet. and then eventually that new planet got pulled in by the gravity of the sun and settled down into an orbit. If this were true, then Jupiter wouldn't really have a core at all. It would just be like a big layer cake of gas. But the theory most of us were taught was about the big solid core that captured all of the gas. And again, that does make sense. It's not a crazy thing to believe, but it's also not correct. Our first real breakthrough with understanding Jupiter came in the mid-1990s, and this is one of those insane coincidences that sounds too good to be true. But in July 1995, the planet was hit by a comet. This is not a common thing. It's estimated that a collision like this might happen once every 6,000 years. But we were around to see this one, and we had the technology to watch it all happen. This comet was named Shoemaker-Levy 9, and it was a very big chunk of frozen ice and rock hurtling through the solar system at 216,000 kilometers per hour. It's hard to say how big the comet really was because by the time we found it, the powerful gravity of Jupiter had already fractured the object into a couple dozen pieces. But the largest of those pieces was still around 2 kilometers across. And at this point in time, NASA had their newly operational Hubble telescope ready to observe the impact. But there was a big problem. The pieces of the comet were going to hit Jupiter on its far side, out of view from the Earth. We were gonna miss it. Except at the exact same time that this once in 6,000 year event was happening, NASA just also happened to have a spacecraft arriving at Jupiter. This is Galileo, named after the first astronomer to have studied the planet through a telescope. The probe was launched in 1989 on a mission to investigate Jupiter and its moons. It was scheduled to arrive in December 1995, and now it had a clear view on its approach of the comet impact. What it saw was 21 separate collisions over the course of 6 days, with the largest chunk of comet unleashing the equivalent energy of 300 million atomic bombs, making it the biggest explosion ever caught on camera. As the planet rotated around, the Hubble telescope was able to see the aftermath of those strikes. They actually left behind these big black holes in the clouds, and they kicked up massive plumes of debris that were thousands of kilometers high and lingered above Jupiter for months. And this is what the Galileo spacecraft arrives at. The insides of Jupiter have been kicked out into space, and the probe is able to fly right through them. This is our first look at what's underneath the cloud layer that people have been staring at in wonder for hundreds of years. The most interesting thing that Galileo found was actually water, a lot of water, and scientists thought that was pretty weird. Weird enough that they started working on another mission to Jupiter with a new probe that would be designed specifically to seek out the planet's true nature. That mission was named Juno. The spacecraft was launched in 2011, and it arrived in 2016 to begin solving the mystery within Jupiter's core. So when we say that everything you were taught in school is wrong, that's because we didn't even start to learn the real truth until this past decade. So here's what your science teacher didn't know at the time. Jupiter is not made of gas. It is covered in big, thick clouds of gas that form all of those swirling rings and storms. But those clouds are just a thin layer on top of much stranger things down below. But let's start from the top. In the clouds of Jupiter, the temperature is below -100 degrees Celsius. Water ice crystals interact with ammonia, which acts as a natural antifreeze, allowing liquid water to exist in the upper cloud layer. As droplets collide with ice crystals, the clouds become electrified and trigger gigantic lightning storms that rage all across the surface. This super chilled water and ammonia mixture eventually clings together into slushy hailstones that fall down into the lower atmosphere, where they melt into rain, evaporate, and then rise back up to start the process all over again. These jets of hot gas that rise up to fuel the raging storms on the surface reach deep down into the planet's atmosphere. This is what we are seeing in the Great Red Spot. Not only is it thousands of kilometers in diameter, it also extends down hundreds of kilometers into the ammonia rain. The red spot reaches up higher than any other clouds on Jupiter, extending above the surface level and absorbing more UV light from the sun, which then reacts with chemical compounds in the storm and creates that deep red color. Imagine a cloud 10 times taller than Mount Everest and 10 times deeper than the ocean, and that still wouldn't even be big enough to capture the scale of the red spot. As spectacular as this outer layer might appear, the average depth of these ammonia and water clouds is only around 50 kilometers. As we descend down below the clouds and into the lower atmosphere of Jupiter, the temperature begins to rise. This heat is caused by pressure. When you compress molecules, you concentrate their energy, and the pressure is created by gravity. The incredible mass of the planet itself is pulling all of this material down and squeezing it tighter and tighter until some really weird stuff begins to happen. The further down we go into Jupiter's gravity well, the more the heat and pressure build up. It's like traveling through a fog that becomes thicker and thicker until eventually it becomes a liquid. Except here, the fog isn't water, it's hydrogen. Hydrogen is the lightest element in the universe, and in an extreme gravity environment like the inside of Jupiter, it's the only thing that can stay afloat. All of the heavier elements have already been pulled down into the planet's core. At a depth of around 1,000 kilometers below the cloud layer, the hydrogen gas completes its transition into a liquid state, and this is the closest we get to anything that might resemble the surface of Jupiter, an ocean of liquid hydrogen, the largest ocean in the solar system. So while the giant planet might be covered by a thin shell of gas, it's definitely not made of gas. It is a liquid planet, but this is a far stranger liquid than anything we've seen before. On Earth, we can liquefy hydrogen by making it very cold. The atmospheric pressure of Earth lowers the boiling point of hydrogen to around negative 250 degrees Celsius. But on Jupiter, the opposite effect is going on. The intense pressure raises the boiling point so high that it can exist as a liquid even at temperatures well over 1,000 degrees. This ocean is about 20,000 kilometers deep, 2,000 times deeper than Earth's ocean, and as we reach the bottom, the pressure and temperature created by the gravity well have a very bizarre effect. Under millions of times the pressure of Earth's surface at 10,000 degrees Celsius, hydrogen changes state into something called metallic hydrogen. Now that doesn't mean it turns solid like steel, it's still liquid, but a metallic liquid, maybe something like the mercury inside a thermometer. The biggest change that takes place here is that metallic hydrogen now has the ability to conduct electricity. Jupiter's gravity squeezes so tightly down here that electrons break free from the hydrogen atoms and flow freely throughout the liquid, generating an electric current. This liquid metallic hydrogen makes up the majority of the planet's interior. It's about 40,000 kilometers deep, and down there, at the bottom of everything, lies the solid core of Jupiter. Kind of. We previously believed that there was a compact, dense object in the middle of Jupiter about the size of the Earth and made up mostly of iron and rock. That made sense, but new research is uncovering that the planet's core is much more fuzzy, as in the transition between liquid metal and solid core isn't a hard line, meaning the two layers kind of mix together. The fuzzy core spans about half of the planet's radius, and scientists now believe that it's like a big, dense soup of liquid, rock, and metal, all stirred up together with no boundary between where one state of matter ends and another begins. Now, we're not sure if that's a characteristic unique to Jupiter or if all gas giants are like that. We haven't studied Saturn anywhere near as much, so we're not sure if it's got the same situation going on inside, so this could be totally normal. It's thought that if Jupiter's core is unusual, then it's likely due to some massive collision that occurred in the early days of the solar system. There might have been a rocky planet 10 times the size of Earth that was floating around out there until it slammed into Jupiter. The energy from that would have scattered and diluted the solid core. This might also help to explain how Jupiter managed to grow so big. The collision theory makes sense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Recently, astronomers decided to try and recreate this event with a computer simulation. They ran countless scenarios with planets of different sizes and compositions smashing into a young Jupiter. And at first, they saw the result that everyone expected. The collision resulted in a fuzzy core. But in every simulation they ran, the fuzzy core would relatively quickly settle back down and solidify into a clearly defined ball at the center of the planet. So we know that Jupiter has this big, weird core, but we don't know how it got there. For all that we've learned, we really have no clear answer on how a planet like this even gets created in the first place. And that's what makes Jupiter so cool. It's just weird. It's a giant mystery in the sky begging to be solved. And we'll get there. Eventually. Saturn is weirder than you think. We all know this planet as the crown jewel of the solar system, with its spectacular rings and bright golden clouds. But behind that veil, there is a powerful and destructive force out there that we can't see from the Earth. That's why NASA...
What?
Start for life. I'm gonna send the video to you that father wants you to play on the stream. Don't even watch it first, just play it on the stream, guaranteed.
If you're scarred for life, then it's inappropriate for my stream.
It is appropriate. It is very... I'm easily scarred. Scar tissue.
Sent a probe in the late 90s named Cassini. It was a bold mission with a shocking end, and what it found will change your view of Saturn forever. The first thing you need to know is that the rings of Saturn are disappearing. On the cosmic timeline, Saturn's rings are pretty young. They're believed to have formed around 100 million years ago, and they're already beginning to vanish from existence. Here's a scenario for you. Before Saturn had rings, it had an extra moon. It was relatively small, about 400 kilometers in diameter, but it would have been an incredibly dense ball of solid ice. And this moon was orbiting very close to Saturn, too close, and over a very long period was slowly pulled in closer and closer to the gas giant until it crossed an invisible line known as the Roche limit. This is the point where the gravity of Saturn begins to overpower the gravity of the moon. Think of it like a tug of war between two gravity wells. The ice moon is trying to hold itself together, but the pull of Saturn is just too strong. So what happens when you cross the Roche limit is the gravity of the larger body tears the smaller body apart.
Can you send it to me on
This
Discord?
causes the ice moon to fracture and disintegrate into tiny pieces, releasing about 17,000 trillion tons of ice into the orbit of Saturn. Now we have all of these chunks swirling around the planet, colliding and breaking down into even smaller pieces, getting pulverized into dust and being pushed out into a thin disk by the rotational force of Saturn. So to get those iconic rings, Saturn had to destroy a moon and wear its corpse like a trophy. Most of the debris left behind in the rings today is somewhere between 1 centimeter and 1 meter in diameter, but the full range covers everything from microscopic dust particles to boulders that are tens of meters in diameter. The process that created the rings is essentially the same force of nature that creates solar systems and galaxies, just on a much smaller scale and a much faster timeline. It would have only taken a few days for the disk of ice around Saturn to take shape.
It's cursed AI. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking cursed AI. It's gross.
I just enjoy this. It's really lovely.
What's for dinner?
Did you cut your hair or something?
Are you serious right now?
What? You look different?
Look at yourself and me.
I feel fine. What's that smell? Something's off with you, Han. Well, it's been a rough night. I barely slept, and this itching is driving me crazy. Not to mention the smell. It's like something died in here.
Yeah, it stinks, and I'm itchy too. Stop the scratch cycle! Stop the scratch cycle! To stop the scratch cycle!
And feel...
That's fucking gross.
What's really interesting here is the way that a flat disk was transformed into the distinct ring shape that we all know so well today. You see, inside that field of debris from the collapsed moon, there were still a handful of bigger chunks that survived the battle with Saturn, and they got caught up in this big swirling disk as well. Over time, the chunks settle into their own orbit, and they start circling around the disk, collecting all of these little dust particles and chunks of ice as they go, and essentially carving out their own roadway through the disk. We call these shepherd moons, and the paths they cut through the original disk are what created the distinct pattern of rings around Saturn. The size of these rings is incredible. They stretch over 280,000 kilometers across, which is enough to span most of the distance between the Earth and the Moon. But they are also incredibly thin, with an average depth of just 10 meters, or about the height of a 3-story apartment building. If you were to approach Saturn from a side-on direction, the rings would be almost invisible. While they might look flat and uniform from a distance, when the rings are investigated close up, they reveal a much more complex 3-dimensional structure. Some rings are actually shaped into waves by competing gravity from nearby shepherd moons. Other rings have formed mountain ranges of debris with peaks reaching up to 200 meters tall. We are able to see all of this thanks to a spacecraft named Cassini, which was easily one of the most ambitious planetary exploration missions ever launched. The probe was a joint effort between NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Italian Space Agency. It was launched in 1997, and after a 7-year journey through deep space, ended up spending 13 more years observing Saturn and its ring system. Most of what we know today about Saturn comes from the Cassini mission, which actually flew through the rings themselves and eventually into the planet's atmosphere, but we'll get there in a minute. It's pretty incredible. And maybe the most amazing thing of all is just how lucky we are as people to have been alive to see this, because the same force that created Saturn's rings are also slowly destroying them. Just like the original moon that started it all, the debris field is being pulled down by the gravity of the giant planet. That's one source of ring destruction, but the shepherd moons are doing their part as well. Some of these small moons have enough of their own gravity to pull in dust and debris like a cosmic Roomba, growing heavier and increasing their force of attraction. Others might be too small for gravity, but they still manage to collect dust just by running into it, like a snowball rolling down a hill. Any dust that the moons aren't able to collect, they tend to push away, either down into the gravity of Saturn or outward into space. The longer this process continues, the thinner the rings will become until eventually they are gone forever, or at least until the shepherds start falling down into the planet's gravity to break up and begin the game all over again. Now, you might not know that the biggest ring of Saturn is actually almost invisible. It's like a giant blue halo that extends out around the planet and can only be seen when it catches the light of the sun at a very specific angle. This ring did not come from a destroyed moon. It's actually being created right now by a very alive moon called Enceladus. We've known for a long time now that Enceladus was a big ball of ice orbiting Saturn just outside of the main ring system. But when NASA's Cassini probe arrived to investigate Saturn in 2004, it quickly noticed something weird about the moon. Radio waves coming from Enceladus were very inconsistent, not what you'd expect to see from a frozen ball of ice. So the decision was made to steer the probe over in that direction and see what was going on. And this is what Cassini saw: massive geysers of water vapor erupting from the south pole of Enceladus. So this blue halo around Saturn is actually a ring of water trailing out of a moon. The thing about Saturn is that there's actually a lot more going on out here than just a spectacular set of rings. If we zoom in close to the planet itself, we're going to find some even deeper mysteries. Stuff like this: Saturn's North Pole, which is shaped into a nearly perfect hexagon. It's actually a storm system that is wider than the Earth and was first spotted by the Voyager 1 probe back in the 1980s, but was never closely examined until the Cassini spacecraft arrived in 2013. And this is one of the strangest things in our solar system. Remember that there is no surface on a planet like this. It's just a thick shell of gas that forms into dense clouds. Inside those clouds are raging storms with thunder and lightning and incredibly powerful winds. Saturn actually has the second fastest wind speed in the solar system, just behind Neptune, with gusts reaching up to 1,800 kilometers per hour. You can see that reflected in the thick bands of clouds that wrap around the planet and spin at incredible speed, sometimes in opposite directions to each other. Then right at the very top of the planet is this one powerful hurricane that's captured hundreds of smaller storms in its orbit. And surrounding it all is a polar jet stream that contains the entire system and forms a six-sided barrier that separates the polar vortex from the rest of the planet. The crazy thing is that we're not really sure why this happens. Every other natural shape in the solar system tends to be round, except this one. Scientists on Earth have tried to replicate the hexagon storm using water tanks, and while certain currents are able to produce the shape for a short time, the experiment has never succeeded at making a stable hexagon like what we observe on Saturn. The leading theory right now is that the storm we see in the cloud layer is being driven by something massive deep within the layers of Saturn's atmosphere. An important thing to remember with gas giant planets is that they're not actually made entirely of gas, but they're not solid either. They're more like a gradient of different states of matter, and when you start to dive into it, some strange things begin to happen. The composition of Saturn is pretty simple. It's roughly 3/4 hydrogen and 1/4 helium. This means that by volume, Saturn is incredibly light for its size. It's actually so light that it would be the only planet in our solar system able to float in water, if you could somehow throw the planet into a cosmic bathtub. But Saturn is still gigantic, so that provides enough mass to create an incredibly powerful well of gravity that pulls hydrogen down towards the center and squeezes it to the point where gas becomes liquid. Then below that ocean of liquid hydrogen, there should be an incredibly dense core of rock and metal. All of that pressure actually makes the core of Saturn incredibly hot, reaching up to 11,000 degrees Celsius, more than twice as hot as the surface of the sun. Now, going back to our hexagon, it's possible that the massive storm we see from space is being driven by a powerful vortex down in the liquid hydrogen layer of the planet. So there's something like a big whirlpool over the North Pole. We're not sure why that would exist in the first place, but the energy of that rotation is generating clusters of storms that move up through the layers of atmosphere and kind of merge into one massive geometric shape. It would be impossible to replicate these conditions in an experiment because of that incredibly hot, dense, high-pressure liquid on the bottom of the storm and the ice-cold vacuum of space on the top of the storm. There's also the color of Saturn's hexagon. You'll typically see it looking blue in images captured by Cassini in 2013, but in 2017, it appeared in a gold tone. So it's believed that the color changes with the planet's seasons and exposure to sunlight, blue in the winter and gold in the summer. Unfortunately, we never got a chance to see if the hexagon turned blue again because 2017 also marked the end of the Cassini probe's mission, but it went out in a pretty spectacular fashion. After 13 years of maneuvering through the space around Saturn, the probe was running out of fuel. So, NASA operators end up with two options. They can go into conservation mode and try to keep the probe operating, but not really doing anything of particular interest, or option 2, go down in a blaze of glory. They picked option 2, so the decision was made that they were going to use what little fuel Cassini had left to dive down into the planet itself. They knew that the probe wouldn't last long before being caught by the wind and spun out of control, at which point it would be very quickly pulled down and crushed by the immense gravity of the giant planet. So to extract the maximum data out of this final mission, they plotted out a series of orbits that would gradually bring the probe closer and closer until it eventually hit a point of no return. The first group of orbits took Cassini down through the outer edge of the rings that just grazed the swirling mass of crushed ice, completing 20 flybys in total. After that, Cassini changed course for its grand finale, diving down between the planet and inner rings. With each pass, Cassini got closer and closer to the atmosphere until, on the 22nd orbit, this happened. The probe's maneuvering thrusters were overpowered by the wind in the upper cloud layer. Once the vehicle begins to spin out, it loses direct connection with Earth, and the monitors at NASA go dead. The probe would have tumbled down for a while before getting torn into pieces that would eventually be crushed and then melted down in the planet's lower atmosphere. And unfortunately, those final images from Cassini are going to be the last we see of Saturn for a long time. There are proposed mission concepts out there to return to the rings and atmosphere of Saturn at some point in the 21st century, but none of these have materialized into a concrete plan as of yet. In the meantime, we still have mountains of data gathered by Cassini that is still being read through and interpreted by some of the smartest people on Earth. The investigation is far from over, and the real mysteries are still to be revealed. And this is just one of many probes sent out, all searching for answers to some of the solar system's greatest mysteries, like what is hiding on the surface of Venus, or what lies beneath the eye of Jupiter.
Without a doubt, Juno is one.
There is a mystery inside Neptune. This glowing blue orb on the edge of our solar system is not as frozen or calm as you might think. It is a violent world with a powerful force of nature that is almost unfathomable to the human mind. Neptune is the furthest planet from the sun, and because of this, it's one of the two worlds that we know the least about: the ice giants. Along with Uranus, Neptune occupies a region of space that has only been investigated by one single probe in all of human space exploration.
Voyager.
That was Voyager 2, and what it found was nothing short of extraordinary. But in order to get there, Voyager had to use a special planetary alignment that only comes up once every 200 years, leapfrogging from one gas giant to the next until it finally reached the very edge of the solar system. This deep into space, the distance to Neptune is around 4.5 billion kilometers from the sun, which is a number too big to fully understand. So if you think about the distance to Jupiter, which is the fifth planet, Neptune isn't just twice as far or even 3 times. Neptune is 5 times further away from the sun than Jupiter. That's why you can't see it with the naked eye, which means that for the majority of human history, we didn't even know it was there. This bright blue planet that is 4 times the size of Earth wasn't officially discovered until 1846. And even then, it wasn't found through a telescope. It had to be located by math. It was the discovery of Uranus that led astronomers to believe that there must be something else hidden deep out there in the dark. Because the way that Uranus orbits the sun is really weird. It moves like there is some force pulling on it, trying to coax it away from the sun. So a very smart astronomer and mathematician named Urbain Le Verrier used physics to calculate where exactly that unseen force must be located. And eventually, when a powerful telescope was pointed towards that location, they saw Neptune for the first time. Because the ice giants are so dim and distant, there was really not much that science could say about them, other than they must be very far away and therefore very cold. It was not until NASA's Voyager 2 traveled through this outer region in the late 1980s on the last leg of its grand tour through the solar system that we finally understood what these planets really are. So almost everything we know about Neptune and Uranus comes from that observation. And we do have to talk about Uranus because it does a great job of helping us understand how strange and mysterious Neptune truly is. When Voyager 2 finally arrived at Uranus after a decade of traveling through space, it was a pretty momentous occasion, because unlike Jupiter and Saturn, which had already been clearly observed through telescopes for centuries, people didn't know what Uranus was going to look like. And what Voyager saw was an eerily still world. The color was pale, the surface was perfectly smooth and unmoving. There was apparently no activity in Uranus at all. Regardless, that was still a very cool discovery, although it kind of got scientists thinking that maybe the most interesting part of the solar system ended at Saturn. 3 years later, as Voyager 2 approached Neptune, that all began to change. It's important to remember that this probe had a relatively small and low-tech collection of instruments on board. It was built a long time ago and made to prioritize longevity over all else. Of course, Voyager 2 had cameras, both wide-angle and telephoto lenses, with a variety of color filters to isolate certain wavelengths of light. It also had imaging systems that could see in both infrared and ultraviolet spectrums to measure the temperature and density of a planet, along with instruments that could detect invisible forces like magnetism and radio wave emissions. Of course, the first thing NASA saw when the Voyager probe arrived at Neptune was this bright electric blue color, unlike anything else in the solar system. And then, as the probe drew closer, it quickly became clear that this world was not calm like Uranus. Neptune is a world of violence. The wind speed on the planet's surface is faster than any other location in the solar system, 5 times more powerful than the strongest tornado on Earth, and at their peak, the winds of Neptune can blow faster than the speed of sound. The surface is dotted with giant storms. Voyager saw a hurricane the size of Earth that was named the Great Dark Spot. It rotates counterclockwise just like the red spot of Jupiter, and inside the storm, wind speeds were clocked at over 2,400 kilometers per hour. For context, the most powerful storms ever measured on Earth topped out around 500 kilometers per hour wind speed. We are able to see all of these details thanks to an incredibly close flyby. Voyager 2 came within just 5,000 kilometers of Neptune's surface, the closest the probe ever came to any planet on its grand tour. And Voyager's investigation was able to provide us with a glimpse into what might be hidden beneath the surface of Neptune. And that is where the mystery lies, because we know there has to be something powerful down there that drives all of this chaos we are seeing from above the clouds. In the most basic sense, wind is driven by hot air mixing with cold air. The stronger the contrast between hot and cold, the stronger the wind. And if we know that there is powerful wind on Neptune, that tells us that there must also be a powerful source of heat. It's not the sun. Neptune only receives about 1/1000th the amount of sunlight that we experience on Earth. So when we saw that the surface of Uranus was still like glass, that made sense. It would have been expected that Neptune would be even colder and calmer, but it wasn't. Not only are the clouds of Neptune more active, they're also warmer than Uranus. Not by much, we're talking about -214 compared to -224, but when we consider that Neptune is 50% further away from the sun than Uranus, that actually tells us it is almost unfathomably hot out there. To find the source of this heat, we need to go inside Neptune. The first thing that we're going to notice is that it's very dense in here. Of course, Neptune is not going to be as dense as a solid rocky planet like Earth, but compared to the other giant planets of the outer solar system, Neptune has the highest density. Now, that's important because density means pressure. So on the outer layer of the planet, there are these thick clouds made up of hydrogen, helium, and methane gas. It's the methane that gives Neptune its vibrant blue color because methane absorbs all of the red light from the sun and reflects mostly blue. Then below the cloud layer, there is a thick mantle of water, ammonia and methane, that's all mixed together into this kind of slushy mass that covers most of the planet's interior. And then, in the middle, is a solid core of rock and metal that is about the same size as Earth, but about 50% heavier. The gravity of this ball pulls down and compresses all of the material inside the mantle layer into a hot, dense soup. The closer you get to the core, the greater the pressure becomes until eventually something incredible happens. We know that Neptune contains a lot of methane, and methane is full of carbon. We also know that when carbon is exposed to a high enough pressure, it will begin to crystallize. We all know those crystals as diamonds. So it is believed that deep inside the mantle of Neptune, with an atmospheric pressure 7 million times stronger than Earth, methane is compressed into solid diamonds. Those newly formed crystals then begin to fall like raindrops deeper into the planet until they end up reaching a liquid that is so dense even chunks of diamond can float around like icebergs. Now, it's the movement of that solid carbon down through the dense soup of the mantle that generates friction inside the planet. Friction causes heat to build up, and that heat eventually rises into the atmosphere where it meets the cold vacuum of space and drives the much thinner methane clouds at the surface layer into the swirling fury that was seen by Voyager 2 all of those years ago. That is just a theory, of course, one based on very limited observation, but it's a pretty cool one. And there might even be a similar diamond rain happening inside Uranus, just in a much less active way that is generating a lot less heat. This isn't the only interesting thing that Voyager saw out there. It also found a giant moon with a complicated past and a destructive future. Out of the 16 known moons around Neptune, Triton is by far the largest. It's one of the biggest moons in our solar system, and it orbits Neptune in a very strange way. For one, it doesn't orbit around the equator of the planet. It's tilted on a pretty extreme angle that takes it closer to the polar regions. And secondly, it orbits in the wrong direction. Triton moves opposite to the rotation of Neptune. We call that retrograde, and it's not weird for a very small moon to do that, like the kind that are basically just large asteroids, but Triton is the only large moon in the solar system that travels in the opposite direction to its parent planet's rotation. So what does that mean? Well, it tells us that Triton is not really a moon. It's more likely to have started life as a dwarf planet, which at some point got caught up in the orbit of Neptune and became trapped in the gravity well. The belief right now is that Triton was once part of a binary system where two dwarf planets were in a stable orbit around their own center of mass, until they had a close encounter with Neptune. The giant planet's gravity would have disrupted the connection between the binary partners, capturing Triton and flinging the other dwarf out deeper into the solar system. Sounds pretty rude. And Neptune does stuff like this a lot. There's a whole ring around the outer edge of the solar system full of objects that Neptune has pushed out of its way over the past 4 billion years. We named this the Kuiper Belt. That's where Pluto is located, and one of the big reasons why we don't consider Pluto a real planet anymore is because it's just one of many, maybe hundreds of similar-sized dwarfs that were shoved aside by Neptune's gravity. Anyway, back to Triton, which is also a Pluto-like object. They're about the same size, they look pretty similar, and have the same nitrogen-based crust. They're kind of like twins, but they won't be for long. Because Triton isn't a traditional moon and is more like a hostage of Neptune, its orbit is not just weird, it's unstable. And the conflict between the two gravity wells is actually pulling Triton in towards the planet. So over time, Triton is slowly spiraling down into Neptune, and at a certain point, the more powerful gravity well of the planet will rip Triton apart, reducing it to a floating pile of rubble, which itself will continue to spiral around Neptune and eventually form into a giant ring system that would be at least as big as Saturn's rings, if not bigger. Now, we won't be around to see that happen, but it is fun to think about. After passing by Triton, Voyager 2 left the planets of our solar system behind and began its final journey towards the emptiness of interstellar space. Now, it's not clear if or when we will return to Neptune. While it is very difficult to send a probe out this deep into space, it's not impossible. In 2006, NASA launched their New Horizons spacecraft all the way to Pluto, and it's still investigating objects deeper into the Kuiper Belt today. Neptune Odyssey is a mission concept that has been floating around NASA for some time. It involves a spacecraft that would orbit Neptune and Triton for a period of several years and would also drop a 200-kilogram probe into the planet itself to collect data for as long as possible before being crushed by the atmospheric pressure. For now, a lot of Neptune remains a mystery, but another gas giant, the largest in our solar system, has had a lot of its mysteries revealed, some of which we did not see coming. So find out just what NASA found on Jupiter in this video here.
Right. We landed. We're happy. Man, look at that. Sunrise on Artemis. Bring on future. First steps. And flag. Yeah. Man, this looks good. These graphics mods I installed are wild. Look at this. Oh.
Crazy.
I don't know. I don't want to look. Probably a lot. Getting back up on this lander is going to be a pain in the ass. There we go. I don't know, Daniel. I hope a lot. All right, friends. It's been fun. I'll see you all on Monday. Oh, it's Mika's birthday tomorrow. Everybody say happy birthday, Mika. I'm sure she's going to have a very stressful birthday. Because Muffin's been giving her some shit lately. That's...
I don't think she'll have a stressful birthday.
Yeah. Actually, they were pretty chill most of today. Yeah. Alright. Oh. Come here, birthday girl. We want to see you. You're gonna be 4. You're gonna be 4. Mwah. That's my queen. That's your girl. Mwah. I'm telling you happy birthday. All right, guys. See you all on Monday. Happy dual time. Bye.